Okay, so live streams are finally back. Looking forward to this one. The last one I did on Milan Fashion Week was quite successful, so that was really good. But now we have Paris, of course, and I've actually divided it into two different lives, just so that we don't end up being here for like 2 days, because yeah, that so much happens in Paris. You can't even begin to try and make that in one live stream, like review every single show. It's not possible. It's like not even feasible, to be honest. But yeah, while we're waiting for more people to come in, what were people's favorite shows from this season that just happened in Paris? He said he woke up early for this. He loved Balenciaga 360 show. Yeah, that seemed to be a favorite for quite a few people actually. But yeah, that was a big talking point of this season. Botta, yeah, Botta was really strong. We're going to talk about Botta today. What else? Is that it? Just Balenciaga and Botta? A lot of shows that happened. I guess that's what people were feeling. Okay, so let's get straight into it. So I think first collection we can talk about is Coperni, and I don't know if I ever pronounced that brand name right. But essentially, if you guys don't know, Coperni is a brand that was started by Sebastian Meyer and Arnaud Vaillant. And basically, they're French designers, of course. And Coperni is like a women's wear label. I think the full name of Coperni is actually Coperni Femme, which shows that it's like a women's wear label. And it was a brand that was created in 2015 by the two designers. And they have a really strong fashion background, actually. They were appointed creative directors at Courrèges for about 2 years, just over 2 years. And Sebastian Meyer is more like the business brains behind the brand. And then Vaillant is more like the actual designer, like the person with more, I'd say, physical design pedigree, worked at Chanel, worked at Balenciaga, all different types of places anyway. Um, but Coperni so what happened was they had the brand for a while, and then they kind of, not like they disappeared, but they left for a while they focused on their position at Courrèges. And then when they came back after their time at Courrèges, they decided that they're going to relaunch the brand, but they also wanted it to be more accessible and also be at a lower price point so more people could buy into their brand. And I know the Tomorrow Group, who recently has been investing in many different brands, including Charles Jeffrey, they helped bring Coperni sort of back in the way that they wanted to be brought back with funding and financial support. So yeah, that's kind of just like a quick background on the brand. Someone said they really like Nina Ricci. But anyway, now we're going to get into the collection. I'm going to see if I can put that up on the screen. Someone said the Givenchy show had a great soundtrack. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. I really like Nina Ricci. Nina Ricci was good. Someone said Rick was interesting. Okay, so this is the show. Okay, so the crazy thing about Coperni's brand actually is that a lot of their production is based in Ukraine. So considering what happened, what's unfortunately going on in Ukraine, it actually ended up affecting their design team. And a lot of their design team is actually in Ukraine. And they were saying, I read an interview where they said that there's a lot of their team that they haven't been in contact with, which was crazy. Um, and even just across Fashion Week, there are many brands that considered canceling shows and stuff because of like all the things that the situation has caused. But with this collection, they kind of wanted it to be sort of a tribute to their workers that are going through what they're going through, but also like the original ideas that they had in the first place. And it was kind of like a similar Coperni collection to what I've seen in the past. Like a lot of the tailoring, I did like the sort of the. They had this idea of a blazer that can be worn as a hood, but the idea is that it could be worn as well hooded as well as like on your shoulder worn normally. And they're really trying to see how they can, play with tailoring to the point where if you wear it on top of your head or on your shoulder, it looks good in both ways. I thought that was a really good play on tailoring, and it just made the collection actually look more fun and visual, like aesthetically more pleasing. Okay, the show's about to start, so you guys can see what I'm actually talking about. No, Rouge, Uma Wang, Loewe, G's One Noten. A lot of people don't talk about Uma Wang actually. Maybe I should do that in the next live stream because I do like her work, especially like the way she uses dyes and fabrics. Really, really interesting. I like how the set of the runway show was actually held in a school, so you can see all the like the school lockers and stuff. Or like the set is made to look like a school, sorry. So yeah, those are the ideas of the tailoring in terms of like tailoring that you can wear as a hood, but then also it looks just as good worn on the shoulder. Like I don't know how from a tailoring standpoint they've actually managed to achieve that. I'd like to see someone actually wear that piece on their shoulder because obviously on the runway it was only shown as a hood just to see how it looks. I don't know if people can actually hear me. If you guys can hear me, let me know. 'Cause I'm not too sure. Definitely don't want to be talking to myself. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, fine, fine, perfect. I wasn't actually sure because there were no comments, so I didn't know if like my live stream had just like stopped or something. What do you guys think about the collection, by the way? I forgot to ask. I was just blabbing off about what I thought about the collection. Also, those shoes right there are Adidas Gazelles. So there was a collaboration between Coperni and Adidas, as far as I remember, um, which is quite interesting. It's like upcycled Adidas Gazelles. Adidas did have a lot of collaborations this season, like a lot, including obviously Coperni, including Botta as well, which we'll get into later. I see like there's a clear want for Adidas to be considered more high fashion and to sort of take over the lifestyle space, considering what designers they collab with, like Craig Green, Grace Wells Bonner, Botta, Coperni. Like they're really, really putting a lot of investment in trying to be on the runway. Even Alawalia has a collaboration with Adidas. Like quite a lot of brands now have Adidas collections. I must say the knitwear in this collection is really good. I really like the knitwear, and because I know that Coperni, like price point wise, is not like relatively it's expensive, but it's not as expensive as like a lot of other brands that show at Paris Fashion Week. But quality wise, it's still high. I think that's one thing that really impresses me about the brand. Someone said it has a preppy look. I mean, it makes sense considering like the ambiance of the collection, considering all the school lockers and sort of the school vibe that the set is supposed to give you. These batsuit ears with the mini skirt, loafers. I like that look. Those wrap skirts, they look similar to the skirts that Glenn Martins did for Diesel, which is quite interesting. It's so weird. Like, why is it that this collection, something I've noticed a lot of brands did, and this is across Milan and Paris, is a white sleeveless vest. What is it about that? Is that just a new thing? Like, is that what fashion is trying to push now? Like, people are going to buy sleeveless white vests for 400 euros. Like, Prada had a sleeveless vest. They had one in Bottega. I know in Paris, many brands did it. Like Sacai, they had a sleeveless vest. I think Chloe, they had a sleeveless vest. Like so many brands. I don't know what it is about that. Even without the set, the looks are so altered uniform. Like, yeah, I can see what you mean by that. Someone's asking me what show this is. It's Coperni for Winter 22. I'll type it in the chat so you can go like have a look at, I don't know, on Vogue Runway or somewhere where you can see the looks. I thought it's a good brand to start with because one, it's very important to talk about because the brand is like back in like serious full force after their tenure at Courage. And the brand has been building, I think, in popularity slowly. Two, it's not a brand that too many people talk about, but I think it's really relevant to talk about. So yeah, I just thought it would be good to start with that. Yeah, someone said Miu Miu did a good preppy collection, but the thing is, Miu Miu for the most part always does a preppy collection because the whole point of Miu Miu is to be like Prada's younger, more fun, more edgy sister. And just by just the target audience, even though obviously it's grown women that have money that are probably going to buy Miu Miu anyway, or people that just like clothing with that aesthetic, not necessarily like teenagers for the most part. But it is supposed to look young, and when something's supposed to look that young and aesthetic, it's going to inherently have a sort of preppy aesthetic to it, just by virtue of what it is. It's definitely way better than many other brands that showed on Paris Fashion Week. I really love some silhouettes, especially the hoods, as you mentioned. Some looks are very repetitive and don't bring too much to the table. Interesting take. Die for the yellow fur coat. I like these dresses. I like that one that Adut was in. And that's their famous bag, isn't it? Like the sling bag. What do they call it? I think they have a specific name for it. Um, Swipe bag. Sorry, the swipe bag. There we go. Kenzo. I covered Kenzo a long time ago. Like that happened ages ago. So no, I don't think I'll be covering Kenzo, to be honest. But what do you guys overall? What do you guys think about the collection before we move on to the next brand? I do still love those hoodie blazers though. It's so cool. Like just the idea of it just makes hoodies more interesting. You're actually wearing like a hoodie that has a lapel and looks like a suit, and apparently can be worn on the shoulder, but that's left to be seen. You have to see someone wearing it to see if that can actually happen. Someone's asking me, are they standard Adidas Gazelles? So I know they're upcycled Gazelles. Whether they're actually like significantly different from other, Adidas Gazelles that have existed before, um, I'm not actually too sure, to be honest, because I didn't see any detail shots. But from what I saw, I mean, apart from the fact they're upcycled, I didn't see from the distance that I was seeing them whether they're like completely unique Gazelles or not. So that's left to be seen. I'm sure like soon when the shoes actually come out, we'll be able to see. But I'd like to believe it's going to be different. Surely they're going to add a few details and not just print like Coperni on it. But that does tend to happen in fashion sometimes. Someone said they liked it very much. It blurs the line between casual or formal setting wear. Yeah, I can see what you mean by that. I can definitely see what you mean by that. You missed the accessories. Oh my god, the accessories were everywhere. The shoes, the swing bags. Yeah, I think on that note, we'll move into the next collection. Definitely a collection that most people have probably seen. So we're talking about the Balenciaga collection by, of course, Demna Gvasalia. So I don't think I need to do a background on Demna Gvasalia like I did with the previous creative directors. But yeah, this show was very interesting because, of course, Demna Gvasalia referenced the Ukraine war. And To be very honest, many brands did tributes in terms of what's going on in Ukraine, but I don't think a lot of what the brands did were very genuine. But I think in Demna's case, I think it's unquestionable how genuine it is because he is someone that literally fled Georgia because of Russian aggression. And he's a designer that was a refugee. He's a designer that lived in Ukraine as a refugee for a while before moving to Germany. So everything about just Demna's experience points to, him actually understanding what Ukrainians are going through right now. It's not like all these designers that are like, yeah, Ukraine, like all this like virtue signaling, like trying to make themselves feel better. No, like Demna actually knows what this feels like. So I think it's very timely for someone like Demna to change his collection slightly to, talk about what's going on, in Ukraine compared to a lot of what other brands did. When you look at the Instagram of Balenciaga, they removed all the posts and then they had a post that was telling you basically where you can donate to and how you can help with what's going on in Ukraine. So all those things were going on. So as far as tributes, I think Balenciaga did it best. But yeah, let's get straight into kind of what was available, like what happened and those sort of things. So at the show, Balenciaga actually did provide on the seats, there were t-shirts that were in sort of like the Ukraine flag. And then there was also a statement by Demna Vasalia. Now, one of my friends, his Instagram is I Deserve Couture. All of you should follow him on Instagram. He sent me what was at the show because he was at the show, just so I could share it on the screen. So I'm going to do that now. So this is the T-shirt that they shared, that was on the seats for all the guests at the Balenciaga show. And then I'm going to show you what was on, like the statement that Demna made, and read it out because it was also quite important to the collection. So that was the statement that Demna made. So just to read it out quickly, because it is quite important, it says, "The war in Ukraine has triggered the pain of a past trauma I have carried in me since 1993, when the same thing happened in my home country and I became a forever refugee. Forever, because that's something that stays in you. The fear, the desperation, the realization that no one wants you. But I also realized what really matters in life, the most important things, like life itself and human love and compassion. This is why working on this show this week was incredibly hard for me. Because in a time like this, fashion loses its relevance and its actual right to exist. Fashion Week feels like some kind of an absurdity. I thought for a moment about cancelling this show that I and my team had worked so hard and were all looking forward to. But then I realized that cancelling this show would mean giving in, surrendering to the evil that has already hurt me so much for 30 years. I decided that I can no longer sacrifice parts of me to that senseless, heartless war of ego. This show needs no explanation. It is a dedication to fearlessness, to resistance, and to the victory of love and peace." So yeah, that was essentially Demna's statement. And then, of course, when the runway show started, there was also a poem that was read out in Russian, I think. Was it in Russian or was it in? I think it was in Russian that was read out, which also was kind of in, and it was by Alexander Oles, who's, I think he's like a famous Ukrainian poet. So that was obviously in tribute to what's going on in Ukraine. But when it came to the actual collection, we're going to put it on the screen and we're going to talk about some of the design details and some of the references in what Demna's original idea was, and then what he changed about the collection in light of what's going on right now. So I can't really share the audio for copyright reasons, but right now, basically the poem by Alexander Oles is being read out. So that's why it's all dark. But yeah, so to talk about Demna's original inspiration for this collection, so there's a reason why the set is like a 360 giant sort of like snow globe sort of thing. And this collection was actually inspired by climate change. Now, this isn't the first time we've seen Demna Gvasalia be inspired by climate change. I have actually reviewed on my channel the Fall Winter 2020 show. That was the collection that was inspired by, had a lot of religious references, like his Orthodox Christian background, being from Georgia. The runway was like flooded, and when you look at the ceiling, there were all these climate change things like burning skies and different stuff like that. So this definitely isn't the first time that Demna has referenced this idea of climate change and where the Earth is going and how we've sort of destroyed the climate that we live in. But this time, I think it was sort of this, and it's also very interesting because Demna also has these very futuristic ideas. And with this idea, it's imagining what the world would look like when there's no longer snow, because global warming has like melted all the glaciers and there is no snow. So like to experience snow, we would live in this world where we have to be in these virtual sort of man-made creations of what snow is. So that's what that set is supposed to represent. It's sort of this artificial way of creating, you know, a snow atmosphere or snowfall, which is very, very interesting. But then, of course, in light of what happened in terms of Ukraine, there were elements in this collection that he did change. For example, you can see the models holding trash bags, which is a reference to, you know, Ukrainians having to escape the unfortunate circumstances in the country and just packing things quickly. And there was a lot of criticism about this, actually, because a lot of people said, yes, it's very genuine for Demna to do it, but the reality is it's still a trash bag that's going to be sold maybe by Balenciaga. And if they're selling trash bags for 400 euros that are inspired by a war, are they profiting off, you know, people's despair? And so I think in good taste, to make this really genuine, I don't think they should actually sell those bags. I think it should be just a very good touch in terms of a commentary on what's going on right now in Ukraine, but I don't think it should be something that's actually sold. I think if they actually sell it, that will be in very, very, very bad taste, to be very honest. I have to say this, it was really hard to see any details on the clothing, especially the black ones in this setting. Yeah, I can definitely see how you could say that. Even when you look at like a lot of the detail pictures that were taken by photographers, you can barely see anything. Like you can barely see the design details, to be honest. But in general, what have you guys thought of the collection so far? I mean, from an aesthetic standpoint, Demna's Balenciaga is almost like the aesthetic is almost becoming cemented. Like the silhouettes are kind of similar season to season. So it's not really something to talk about, like the aesthetic of the collection and the design details, because it's something that is very similar. I did read somewhere that a lot of the jackets that were made of leather were made with mushroom leather, you know, made by mycelium. It was quite interesting to see more brands taking up mycelium, not just Hermes and the earlier brands that adopted mycelium. And you guys will see it soon, but at the end of the collection, which was probably sort of a last minute addition, there was a piece like a tracksuit that was yellow, and then a blue dress, which of course is in reference to the Ukrainian flag and sort of part of, you know, paying tribute to the unfortunate circumstances that is going on in Ukraine. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely wasn't impressed by this. I think the homage is genuine, but was hoping for more after the announcement on Instagram. Fair enough. I've also seen in a lot of articles, a lot of journalists were, tying into, even though that wasn't like the what's going on in Ukraine wasn't the original idea behind the collection, the way the models are sort of treading through the snow, a lot of journalists were saying that part of it can be seen as a reference to what's going on in Ukraine as well, like with the difficulty escaping and carrying all your belongings while trying to escape. But ultimately, I think that's a bit of a reach, to be honest. The original idea was climate change and imagining what a world would be like with no snow and having to make artificial snow environments. Is he Ukrainian? No, he's not. But I just spent the first 10 minutes describing why it's genuine, even though he's not Ukrainian. The irony of a billion-dollar fashion brand exploring themes of climate change with celebrities from across the globe flown into the front row. Yep, definitely a very genuine point, to be honest. And it's something I have been very critical of Demna. Like I reviewed his Spring Summer 20 runway show at Vetements. That was the show, I think it was his last Vetements show actually. And that was the show that was inspired by capitalism, and it was held in a McDonald's, and he reinterpreted a lot of very big corporations, like their logos. And it was kind of strange that you're having a collection that is a commentary on capitalism while you have a brand called Vetements, which literally sells t-shirts for 400 euros. It's a bit confusing, but a lot of people gave me flack for that. They're like, that's the whole point, bro. But I think you can call hypocrisy when you see it. I think a lot of people do excuse any sort of criticism for anything Demna does, which I don't think is healthy. I think every designer should be open to criticism. Wasn't really impressed. It wasn't anything new. And again, the setting didn't do the clothes justice. It was genuine of them to talk about the situation in Ukraine. Hope they don't profit on that. Yeah, I hope they don't sell the trash bags. That won't be in good taste. I don't know if it's more that he threw out looks. I think it's more that he added looks, if you get what I mean. I think with Demna, what has become more interesting, because the aesthetic is starting to become very samey, to be very honest with you. I think the most important and interesting thing about Demna's Versailles is the sets and sort of the ideas and what he does with the sets, more so than sometimes the actual clothing. Because outside of the couture show, which I found really, really good, like the runway shows, like the ready to wear runway shows, I've not been that interested in the clothing itself. I've more so been interested in the sets and the ideas behind that, and how he incorporates the runway show as a spectacle. I think no one does it as good as Demna, to be very honest. But in terms of the clothing, like that shirt, 360 print, like it's not great. It's not great. For me, they could have donated money to help Ukraine rather than spend it on the show. It doesn't really show much, anyways. It's become a bit repetitive now. To be very honest, though, they did, as far as I know, I think they did donate money to Ukraine, and also they directed their whole audience, which is a massive audience, by the way, to Ukraine. Like they directed people to how to help Ukraine financially and just in support. But I don't know. I don't. People always saying oh, they should cancel the show based on what happens. I don't think any brand should cancel the show, because at the end of the day, when you think of fashion, so many people are reliant on Balenciaga having a show. Like so many people's careers and livelihoods are based on this collection being presented and the runway show happening. And I think we can't refute that. We can't be ignorant to the fact that there are so many people riding on Balenciaga having collections to feed their families. So if we say, oh, all these things should be cancelled and cancel fashion, that's going to affect so many people's families. And I think it's kind of a selfish viewpoint, because we don't say like lawyers should stop like working, but like it's not like lawyers that do law on like very mundane things are not like criminal law, but there are parts of law that can be seen as more mundane or more frivolous. Like people aren't telling them not to go to work because of what's happening, if you get what I mean. So I think that's a very, I don't know, it's just not a line I think people should really be treading. Now, politics is always difficult to do in fashion since it's such an exploitative market. Slogan politics, like what Demna does, just never works. Short-term issues seem to be commodified by fashion. Yeah, I understand what you mean, but I still think it was genuine based on Demna's background. I think if it was done by anyone else, it would be genuine. But a Georgian refugee that lived in Ukraine, I don't think there's any other designer currently living that, apart from ones that are from Ukraine, that can actually understand what Ukrainians are going through right now. And also, it is important to nod because I do understand that the world focuses on what is going on in Ukraine, and that's all fashion is focusing on right now. But there are so many countries that have war, and no one focuses on those countries. So, in addition to, unfortunately, what's going on in Ukraine, we should also be thinking about like what's going on in Yemen and other countries as well. I think it should have saved the collection referencing the Ukrainian invasion till next season. It feels impulsive and reactive. Yeah, but I think that's the whole point. It's supposed to be impulsive and reactive because it's something that's it's held so dear to him that he just felt like, and that's why I read out the statement because it's really important. He just felt like if he wasn't going to cancel the show, then he had to talk about it in one way or another. I don't know how people can say it's a last minute stretch. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think it's a last minute stretch. I don't think it's a stretch because it's Demna that did it. I don't think it's a stretch at all. And I'm talking as someone that's actually critical when I think like Demna's being hypocritical and stuff. But I don't think this is one of those cases. Personally, I don't think it's one of those cases. This is more what I agree with. Someone said it's genuine from Demna, but Balenciaga is more than just him. And stockholders in reality don't care and just want profit. This is true, which is why, because of the way fashion is, I think fashion should be able to comment on certain things. But I think where the issue is profiting off it. That's where the issue is. So I think presenting the trash bags on the runway, I don't think there's an issue with that. I think where the issue is if they sell those. If they sell those trash bags, I'll be the first person to come out and call hypocrisy on it. I'll be the first person to be like, you cannot profit off of a war. You can't do that. But I think in terms of like referencing it in the runaway show and commenting on it as someone that is a refugee, I don't think, yeah, I don't think it's in bad taste personally. Yeah, exactly. I agree with this. Just because Balenci is more than Demna doesn't mean that he shouldn't reference what's going on. Also, if anyone wants to actually join the live and share their thoughts, I'll share the link to the live stream in the chat if you want to share your thoughts. Yeah, so these two last pieces, I can see them coming. So there's the yellow tracksuit, and then of course the blue dress. Yeah, I explained this earlier. Maybe you should watch it back, but I normally do explain these things before I start watching the runway show. So if you want to watch it back, I explain what the actual idea behind the collection was like originally, and sort of how it changed last minute. And the reason why it changed, which is why I read out Demna's statement about it. You've got to join the live on time, guys. Someone said, are they boycotting Russia? I don't know this to be a fact. Someone should let me know if they've actually come out and said they're boycotting Russia, but I don't know this, whether they have or not, to be honest. One thing I will say, this is also something I've seen a lot of brands say. A lot of brands have come out recently saying that they're stopping sales in Russia. And while I've seen a lot of people, saying, oh, well done to this brand for, boycotting Russia, blah, blah, blah. I just don't think it's something that, should be commended that highly, because at the end of the day, so many countries have sanctioned Russia financially that we're at the point where for a luxury brand, it's actually really, really difficult to even sell in Russia anymore anyway. Like, banks are being frozen. A lot of their accounts based in Russia have been frozen. So it just seems to me a bit virtue signaling, because it's not like they stopped selling clothing in Russia when it happened. They stopped selling clothing in Russia after the sanctions happened and when the banks started closing. So to me, it's like, you're just using this as like a bit of PR. Once again, I'm really against like people trying to use war for PR. It's just such in bad taste. So I just say that to say that don't give any brand credit for saying that they're going to stop selling in Russia. It's not that. It's not something to give a brand credit about. I feel like Balenciaga will sell those trash bags because it's not the first time they sell bags like that. Does anyone remember the laundrette style bags that homeless people tend to have? Yeah, but I think the difference between that, because even in Nigeria, we have these like bags that we call Ghana Must Go, which is such a terrible name to call the bags. And I know in Thailand, they have those sort of bags, those like market bags, and Balenciaga was selling them for like crazy prices. I think that's a bit different because it's just like appropriating sort of working class culture. But I think appropriating working class culture versus appropriating like or taking reference to a war and profiting off that is two completely different things. Two completely different things. Someone said the luxury brands wanted to move their stock out of the stores so they don't get looted. I mean, there could be that as well. But either way, it's not genuine. Like, they say, oh, we're going to stop selling in Russia, as if like they did it out of the goodness of their heart when they waited for all the sanctions to happen and for things to escalate. If they really cared, immediately it happened, they would have been like, okay, we don't agree with this. We take a stance. And by taking a stance, we're not going to sell in Russia. But that's not what they did. So you just have to take whatever they say about the situation with a grain of salt. But yeah, overall, what are our closing thoughts about the Balenciaga collection before I move on to the next collection, which is also a collection that a lot of people were talking about? So the collection looks nice and presented uniquely. Yeah, like I said earlier, I think when it comes to sets, like Demna does sets really, really well. Yeah, I think on that note, since no one has any further thoughts about the Balenciaga collection, we can move on to the Rick Owens collection. And with Rick Owens, I'm actually not going to waste your time and tell you about the design details. And the reason why I'm not going to waste your time and do that is because if you're not aware, every season, Rick Owens actually leaves the show notes to the runway shows in the YouTube description of like the runway videos on their official YouTube channel. So if you actually want to know like the fabrics that were used, the collaborations that happened, like there's collaboration with Aesop, we might be able to talk about that. Some of the design details in the collection, then you just need to read the show notes, because otherwise, if I tell you what the design details were, it would just be me regurgitating what's already in the show notes, because it explains like everything. So yeah, I think we're just going to look at the collection and talk about it in a more general sense. But if you want to know about the design details, literally the show notes are literally, just check the YouTube description of the runway show on YouTube, and all the information is there. And you can do that for all future Rick Owens shows, by the way. But in general, before I get into talking about it, what did you guys think about the Rick Owens show? Rick Runway is probably one of your favorites. Interesting. Someone said I like the colors mostly. A lot of my friends who are like Rick stands, because I like Rick, but I wouldn't say I'm like a absolute Rick fanboy. Um, a lot of my Rick friends, like Rick Stan friends, they say, and they follow Rick very closely, they say that Rick Owens' aesthetic hasn't really developed in the past few collections. So I'll let you guys decide if you think that's true or not. But I guess you guys can share your thoughts. I found it quite interesting, like the whole collab with Aesop. Like, it's not a category that I thought Rick Owens would expand into. You know, sort of making like diffusing fragrance with Aesop, and then I think they're also releasing like fragrance oils and candles with Aesop. And in the collection, you see models holding these sort of like Brutalist looking fog dispensers that dispense the fragrance in collaboration with Aesop. Interesting, interesting. But yeah, all the design details, like I said, I don't want to regurgitate like the shearling jackets, the duvet jackets in different fabrics like recycled nylon, python. All of that is in the show notes, like the tunics. It's all in the show notes. So I just don't want to like regurgitate it. I just think it's quite pointless. I'd be inclined to agree. I don't think it has changed or developed. And like even there's many details that he's just been doing. Like obviously the very, very aggressive shoulders is something that we've seen in the past few collections from Rick Owens now. Um, and it's kind of developed, it's almost become a bit more aggressive over the years. But yeah, I think another important thing to add, it was also in the show notes actually. But Rick Owens last minute changed the music of the collection because of, once again, what's going on in Ukraine, because I think it's very relevant to talk about, because most designers um, did something in tribute to what's going on in Ukraine. Because he felt like the music, it wasn't timely, even though that it went through the initial, you know, sort of idea of the collection, which was more about like beauty um, and sort of depending on how we signal ourselves in, you know, the way we act or what we wear. how that regards like how our physical beauty is seen. But the music was more like somber and more mellow, and he felt like it wasn't really in good taste with what's happening, so he changed the music last minute to Mahler's Fifth Symphony. Can't even speak. Um, but yeah, so that was kind of what Rick did with what unfortunately happened. Also, something that I did want to mention about this collection actually, because it's not in the show notes, but it's something that I talk about all the time. So when I always talk about the fact that like Rick Owens is heavily inspired by Madeleine Vionnet, and people are like how, and like I don't normally have time to say how. But like if you look in this collection, for example, there are lots of bias cut skirts, and like one of the things that Madeleine Vionnet is known for is just using a bias in dresses, bias cut skirts in general. She's almost sort of been known as like the person that popularized the use of bias cuts in the way that she does. And that's something that Rick Owens has almost like overused at this point. Someone said, "What? I think yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it." Half of the way this fashion industry moves, you could run the risk of being left behind further down the line with the Rick sounds continuing to buy. I think Rick Owens' fan base is so strong, and I think it's growing from what I've seen. I think more and more people are knowing what Rick Owens is and are buying it. We see more celebrities wearing it, so I think it's almost growing, if anything. Yeah, I love Kiss Heels. Aesthetically, I love the way they look. I won't even lie to you. I wouldn't wear them. Never say never, but now I wouldn't really wear them. I've worn them in the past because I have a friend that owns a store who they stock Kiss Heels, so I could just wear them. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's just not really for me. But aesthetically, like looking at someone else wearing them, I think they look amazing. I think the smoke was a little too much sometimes. Being online, I was trying to view the outfits. That's fair enough. That's a fair point to make. What do you guys think of the collection so far? Also, like I said earlier, just in case you just joined the live, if you want to join and share your thoughts on this collection or collections that we talked about earlier, so Coperni and Balenciaga, then join the chat. The link is in the chat. I just posted it. So let me know. People don't really wear the runaway stuff though. The fan base is going through the more mainstream items. Yeah, exactly. Like probably what sells the most is Dark Shadow to start with, not mainline, and it's permanent collection things. So like the wide trousers with the long drawstrings that everyone buys, or like the Ramones that he changes slightly every season. This season the like laces are bigger, are thicker, or Geos. Those are the things that actually sell, to be honest. But I think the reason why Rick Owens is so successful is like a lot of his stuff is actually timeless. Like if I bought Dios, I could wear them for the next 10 years and they wouldn't go out of style or out of fashion. So I think that's something really good that Rick Owens has done. Like a lot of his pieces also work with any type of wardrobe, really. I find it so weird when people say you have to wear Rick with Rick. I'm like, do you not have any sense of style whatsoever? That you only think you can wear Rick with Rick? Like, it's just so weird. I think Rick actually is one of the few brands that when you buy Rick pieces, you can incorporate it with so many other brands and you can incorporate it with so many different aesthetics as well. I think that's a really good thing about Rick. And someone said the curse fat laces. I think it's good. He went for a bit more of a different aesthetic with the colors. Overall, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think depending on the collection, Rick in the past has done like collections where there's like a big amount, like a big pop of color, and then he'll do another collection that looks really monotonous and like really monotone and not too many colors outside khakis and the whites and the blacks and the grays and some navies. So I think it just depends on his mood. Like I remember when he did like the pink geos and kiss heels, like people were so surprised. But from time to time, he does do that. The people saying have to wear Rick with Rick must be stands. Yeah, I think it's those like it's either they don't have a sense of style and think that they can only dress well if they wear Rick with Rick, or it's the kind of people that are just elitist. Like they want to be like, oh, you just got onto Rick now. I've been on Rick before you. So, you have to wear Rick with Rick. You can't afford Rick. I have mainline, you have dark shadows, those weirdos. Rick is able to have a cult following because of how detached his work/world is from the influence of everything else that could date his collections. I agree. Like I said, his clothing is timeless, in my opinion. I think it's very timeless, which is a very, very good thing. It's a testament to his work. And one thing I always say about Rick is you can always tell when something is like designed by Rick Owens. Like it doesn't matter what it is, you can always tell. And that says a lot because Rick has designed so many different types of things. And the fact that he can sort of incorporate a very distinctive aesthetic in anything he makes is actually quite sensational, to be honest. So there's people who are like that with Yoji. Really? I haven't met any people like that trying to gatekeep Yoji. I think the gatekeepers that I meet are mostly Rick stands or Margiela stands. Yeah, Rick or Margiela, I think breeds the most like gatekeepy people. But yeah, some of the colors in this, like that burnt orange color that were in a few pieces, I really like that. And like the dresses, or they're not really dresses, they're more like gowns because they're really long with the trains like running on the floor, more like gowns with all the sequins. I really like those. There's a cult following of people who only wear Comme des Garçons and Junior Watanabe. Yeah, I guess Junior is also Comme des Garçons because it is Comme des Garçons Junior Watanabe anyway. So yeah, but that makes sense. One of my friends actually, she exclusively only wears Com. She wears Com and then Kane and Amia, which is basically Comme des Garçons still. So I don't mind. Like if you like a brand, that's completely fine. I think it's just weird that you claim to like a designer and a brand and you hate other people wearing what you're wearing, but how is the designer going to like make a living if you're the only person that wears it and no one else? Rick is a cult brand. Either he gets more or less mainstream, he'll always have a solid fan base. Like you said, he is timeless. Yeah. Yeah, 100% true. At this point, you can literally see nothing. All we see is fog. It's so interesting though, because obviously we have seen a lot of fog in past Recurrence collections, especially recently, but the fact that the fragrance was infused. Imagine like people allergic. Imagine people in the audience are allergic to some of the stuff that's in the fragrance. That would be a disaster. Yeah, this is true. This is really true because those Balenciaga croc boots. I know a lot of people that didn't wear them till Kanye wore them. And when the type of people that wore them after Kanye wore them, they wear them in a very Kanye way. They tuck their denim into the croc boots. They wear Yeezy Gap jackets, or they wear jackets that are in that same silhouette. It's funny. But yeah, amazing collection from Rick. Honestly, Rick to me doesn't really have bad collections. He can have collections that are maybe too similar to the prior collection. But in terms of just looking at a Rick collection and being like, "Oh, that's bad," I don't think I've ever felt that way. He's just so consistent; it's insane. So people gatekeep with their favorite music artists. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But yeah, what are takeaways from the Rick Owens collection? What is everyone's takeaway? Yes, the burnt orange against the steely blues, greys, black work so well. The pieces here I'd wear through the streets of London. Yeah, I think I would wear so many Rick Owens pieces. Like he's just so good. I'm sorry, he's so good. As much as like I'm always making fun of like Rick fans because I just think they're toxic. Rick Owens, a designer, and his work, I love it. I just think he's so consistent. His design language is so distinctive. Yes, I do talk about how he's very heavily inspired by Madeleine Vianney, and I think it needs to be said. He uses her bias cut designs a lot in every collection, but I still love his work every season. Tom said he's serving alien silhouettes as per normal. I hate to see him shift away from the same Kiss Beat silhouettes of past seasons. I really love this collection and elements of the men's that was a homage to his older work. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Hanan, do you want to join the live? I actually want to know what your thoughts are, but you might be busy. I'll send you the link on Instagram if you can join. But Hanan is a busy man. Is Rick timeless or just very spot on in our time? Because I think a lot of his pre-Kiss era feels very dated to Ashley's. And not really. I have some Rick Owens pieces that are from like the 2010s, and I wear them now, and it's not really like no one's. It's not. It doesn't. I don't feel like it's outdated. But then I guess it's also it comes down to like if you try to follow trends or not. Because I think if you genuinely love a piece, I think you can wear it for years and years. You know what I mean? I don't think you have to follow the way fashion is changing if you like something or you have an aesthetic. I personally think it's very timeless. Yeah, let's wait for I Deserve Couture to come in so he can give his pieces on give his thoughts on the collections that we've talked about, and then we can move on to the next collection. It'll be a good way to kill off the competition to just invite good designers and add some toxic gas to the fog. You wouldn't even be able to see it on cameras if they did it at the right moment. That is so funny. Hello there.
Hi. this morning. Oh,
You just blinded yourself with the lighting.
dude. Like, I literally have to be like this because she's not having it today. Honestly, I'm literally like vampire vibes, but it's fine. Oh, fuck it.
Yeah. So what did you think about the three shows I've talked about is Coperni, Balenciaga, and Rick Owens? So
I
what are your
just,
thoughts
I
on
just, I just,
those three
I
shows?
just joined like literally a minute ago. I wasn't watching this whole thing. Sorry, but I saw Coperni and Balenciaga in person. I haven't seen Rick, so I have to I have to watch the show still. Uh, but my God, that Balenciaga show was on point.
Yeah. I was just deliberating about it. A lot of people are still very critical of the fact that Balenciaga supposedly is sort of profiting off war. And I've been trying to say that because it's Demna, it's genuine. Like if it was anyone else,
Correct.
then I would agree. But because it's Demna and because of his background, you
Exactly.
can't say it's ingenuine. I just can't see how
I,
you
I
can
don't
say that.
I don't think that it's ingenuine because like it's his experience at the end of the day. I mean, like
Yeah.
not a lot of designers can say like I was a refugee. Like this is something that he went through. And you and me spoke about it in the DMs, like
Hmm.
fashion doesn't always have to be pleasant. Like when we mentioned the Highland Rape by McQueen, that's not a pleasant experience for everybody, but it's a real and it's true, you know, event that happened.
Hmm.
When there's like stuff like war and stuff like that, there is crime being happened. So like you're creating something that it's a fashion's way of commenting the world's events. And to be
Yeah.
honest, when the Balenciaga show happened, I mean, I was sitting down. I'm like, I cannot believe this,
Yeah.
and not because like you literally could see these models struggling through the snow, and you're like, this is actually someone's life right now.
Hmm.
But it did not take away from the conversation about Ukraine. It actually brought more to it. It brought more exposure, more publicity to it. Not that we need more publicity about it. I mean, like we're hearing about it left and right, but
Hmm.
but it did not take away from it, which is super important for me right now. It wasn't like, oh yeah, let's not talk about this. Let's focus on the
And
clothes.
also what they did to Instagram, like how many brands do we know that at the time when everything happened, they
Yeah,
like removed all their posts and then directed everyone to how they can help Ukraine?
no,
I think Balenciaga was probably the only major brand that did that.
I think the Balenciaga is the only one. Well, Armani did like a no music thing,
Hmm.
for like to support Ukraine, which is a nice gesture. People are smacking it left and right. I think it's still a nice gesture. I think anything that like acknowledges, to be honest, when it was difficult to post anything, I'll say that. When
Hmm.
this whole thing happened in the middle of a fashion week, I felt guilty for posting about anything about fashion in the middle of a fashion week, because
Hmm.
like everything seems so irrelevant and stupid, and like we're out there like talking about clothes and there's people dying out there,
Hmm.
so it puts it in a perspective. So I think any acknowledgement of like the situation in Ukraine was welcomed, and it should have been done immediately. You have
Hmm.
brands that did not acknowledge it at all. They just like kept on doing their own thing. But then, like when you have somebody who takes this, and again, fashion doesn't have to be pleasant all the time. It should be, a commentary on society. So
Yeah.
I don't understand why is there so much hate and so much criticism towards Zemna, who's the only one out of the designers that actually went through this
Yeah.
in person. So, but in my opinion, was one of the best shows out there out of
Yeah.
the season.
I
Honestly,
agree. And I don't know how he always outdoes himself with the sets, which is what I was saying earlier. Every single season, he just has
oh,
something very interesting when it comes to the sets and sort of the presentation of the actual runway show itself.
yeah. But
Whereas,
he has good ideas, and to
yeah,
be honest, he has a platform like You could not do this anywhere else. I think that Balenciaga is the only brand that is willing to go, a step further at this point.
yeah.
So I think that like as far as Balenciaga goes, I think that they're like doing a great job as like sets, clothes, and everything. To be honest, one thing I think that they did not think about is that nobody talked about the clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. There,
Yeah.
in my opinion, like, there was no clothes there.
Yeah.
Because everybody was talking about Kim Kardashian, and everybody was talking.
What's funny is Kim Kardashian's look was also on the runway, but people just talked about Kim Kardashian in the look.
Yeah.
But it was actually on the runway, the tape,
Dude,
Balenciaga tape look.
It was so funny. As I'm like looking for my seat, I hear like it's super quiet. I'm looking for my seat, and all I hear is like, and I turn around and like there's Kim Kardashian like taped up like just like. I'm like, this is not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to.
I saw a video of her walking, and it was the funniest thing I ever saw.
She was so like, funny.
Walking
so
like
funny.
that.
Like, literally cannot move, and she's like, so it's. I'm like, are you?
How did the model walk on the runway? Because the model in the look seemed to be walking fine.
That's true though. She walked fine, but like it was just like that sound I will never forget. It goes like. I'm like, it's the weirdest thing ever.
Oh my god!
But you know what? It went viral and everybody talked about it. But so I think in her books, the mission worked. But it was hilarious. Honestly, it was hilarious. And like at one point during the show, I turned around and like like when you see a front row, you see who's there, and then like you see like you see all the big people, and then you see Anna Wintour like just like looking like Anna Wintour does, and next to her is Kim Kardashian taped up. I'm like, it is the funniest thing ever, but it was a moment. I was shocked to see her at Prada though.
Yeah,
I was shocked to see that,
but especially because
she doesn't. She's not a Prada woman for me.
Yeah.
So. But all in all, I think Balenciaga was just like on point. Was everything from the invitation? I mean, I have my invitation. I'm not giving it to anybody. I'm not selling it. The invitation was just cool.
Do you have it there?
Yeah.
Because for people that don't know, the invitation was like a broken iPhone 6, I think.
Yeah.
Was it an iPhone 6?
Yeah. So it's it came with this. And it came with, where is that? There's like a little paper telling you about that. So when you open it, it's an iPhone, which is pretty cool. That's my ring light in the back. Do not judge me. I'm an influencer now. But so when you open it, and then on the back side of this, I don't know if you can see it, it says Balenciaga, and it says 360 degrees show, and it gives you all the info, and in the middle is like your name. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I charged it and it works.
Wait, it actually works?
Yeah.
No way.
Dude, if there's like Demna nudes on this, I'm selling. I'm selling it. So
you basically got a working iPhone. No way. All you need to do is just fix the screens.
It is cracked.
Because all of them had cracked screens from what I remember.
Yeah.
So you need to fix the screen.
They are upcycled. So I'm like, I was surprised to see that that it actually works. So yeah. Crazy.
Oh, nice.
That and the.
So what do you think of the Coperni show? Because you were also there, weren't you?
Okay, so the so the Coperni show had the worst timing ever, and I'll tell you why. Which I did not know. I learned about this literally the night before. So.
You've disappeared there.
Oh.
You've gone to you're back now.
So it asked me, do I want to set up a new iPhone? As I turn this on. It's so weird. So the Coperni show actually happened in the morning at 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
And it had the worst timing because the night before there was a Koresh party. And this Koresh party is like legit.
Probably happened till late, and then you had no sleep.
It was a rave. It was a rave in the middle of a parking lot. And
I love that though.
I love it, which is great. God bless them. It was fun. But then in the morning at 9:30, like Coperni woke you up with like 2010 bangers, and like it was like a high school musical. Uh, Coperni was very cool. Honestly, was very cool. It had like a lot of like Balenciaga influence. With
Really? What did you think the hooded blazers?
yeah, the hooded blazers. I
Interesting.
immediately thought of Balenciaga, and I thought it was pretty cool. And honestly, Coperni is one of the rare shows in Paris that had any type of body diversity.
Hmm.
Any type of body diversity, like them and Balmain, and I think Versace had like, well, that was not Paris, but them and Balmain had like, and
Yeah.
Valentino had like one plus size models. I'm like that. This doesn't make any sense. But Coperni was good. It was very good.
Yeah. I think Lanvin had plus size models as well, if I remember
Oh,
correctly.
did they? I did not
Yeah.
see the show. Didn't Rihanna just wear a custom Coperni outfit last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. So I mean, they're doing something right. I think it's a good brand. They have a point, and it was very much like Euphoria High.
Yeah.
So it's
Which
looked
is
like,
good. I mean, because everyone was kind of in bad spirits, obviously, because of what's unfortunately going on. So I think it did add some balance, just to like what's going on and everything. And also, even when you said the Balenciaga comparison, it's interesting because, of course, Arnaud, who's one of the creative directors, worked at Chanel and Balenciaga. So, and normally when people have worked somewhere, there is that sort of sensibility from where they worked, whether we're
yeah,
talking about like Peter Doe and working for Phoebe Fowler, it's not the same, but you can see some sensibilities there.
sure.
Or Demna and Margiela, you
Oh,
can
by
see
the
the
way, I
sensibilities
met I
there.
met Peter Doe.
Oh, you met Peter Doe. Oh yeah, you told me about it.
Dude, I met
I don't know what Peter Doe looks like.
that was my
And
problem also.
I've spoken to the team, and I know what everyone looks like but Peter Doe
Dude,
himself.
that was my problem also. So what happened? I was at the. I'm such an idiot. I swear to God, I'm not supposed to be around humans. So what happened is that I was at the Schiaparelli presentation, right? So you have like 3 rooms of Schiaparelli, and then between the second and the first room, I'm walking through, and I see this guy, and he goes like, "Hi, love, how are you?" And I don't know who it is because he's wearing a mask, and I met so
Did
many
you see
people.
his tattoo? He has that like line tattoo.
He was like literally layered up. He had like 7 coats on it, like literally the coat from the latest collection, everything. So I see him and I don't recognize that it's him. I never saw his face. B, he has a mask. C,
Yeah.
I met 7 million people in the span of 2 weeks, right? So he's like, "Hey babe, how are you?" And I'm like, "Oh fuck, I don't know who it is." "Hi, how are you?" So, so I'm like, I have to go say hello to Maggie, the model, just to say hello. So I go to Maggie, and Maggie's like, "Oh my God, Peter's here," and I'm like, "No way!" And she takes me to the guy that said hello to me, and she's like, "This is Peter," and I'm like, "Fuck."
The walk of shame.
The one,
The
the
walk of
one,
absolute shame.
dude, it was ridiculous. But hey, it worked out, I guess.
I'm sure he understands. Because at the end of the day, he deliberately hides his identity. So it's not far fetched that if you haven't met him before, you don't
Right.
actually know what he looks like. To be honest, like I don't know what he looks like. If I saw him on the street, apart from the tattoo, I wouldn't know. But obviously, I'd probably know because he'd probably be wearing Peter Doe for
I
starters.
True, but let's be honest. When you're walking on the street, how much time do you spend asking yourself, "Is that Peter? Is that person wearing Peter?"
That's true. That's true.
You
Start
don't.
analyzing, like, who's wearing Peter Doe? Does he have the tattoo?
Like you're in the supermarket and just being like, "Is that Peter Doe?" No way.
Yeah.
Like nobody does that. I mean, like you go about your life and. But I mean, if it was summer and I saw the tattoo, I would be like, "Okay, I know that tattoo." But like it
Yeah.
was it was it was cold and the man was like layered up for the gods. But
Son of a gun. So we've covered Balenciaga, Coperni, and we just finished Rick Owens. You can join, by the way. if you want to join.
Son of guns.
Son of guns.
Where is Dammy, by the way?
I don't actually know where he is. He's nowhere to be found.
Wow. So wait, so what other shows have you seen? What was the best show that you saw so far?
Just that I saw, not necessarily that I've like reviewed today.
In general.
In general, I did like Loewe. It did have Schiaparelli inspirations because sort of the inspiration from the collection anyway was surrealism, which makes sense. And it's sort of a continuation from what we've seen at his namesake brand, like JW Anderson itself. I love Sacai. I thought Sacai was really strong, especially because it was Chitose Abe's like first actual presentation in Paris for a while because she's been stuck in Japan because of COVID and the lockdown and all those sort of things. What other? I love Butter.
I have to see, but I have to see them. I have to see.
Yeah, I like Butter. I was a big fan of Butter.
They just left Nina Ricci, right?
Yeah, they did. Apparently, it was because they felt like they weren't able to focus enough on their namesake label. Well, I say their namesake label, but it's like two of them. It's like Rashidi Butter and
I think
his partner.
I think her name is Lisa something.
Yeah, it's Lissy, I think. Harabro, or it's Lissy. I know they're from the Netherlands. Like they grew up in the Netherlands. Obviously, Rashimi went to Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp and then launched the brand and has been really successful since then, which is really good. I really like his, and especially because I got a greater understanding of his work when I went to Belgium because a lot of his stuff is in the museum. The Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, and a lot of like the shoe on the shoe, all those sort of ideas, the Jamaican influences, all that stuff, you can read about it in the museum, which is really good. And I have a book based on the exhibitions in the museum that explains a lot of his work. So yeah, definitely a big fan.
I wonder who's going to take over Nina Ricci.
Yeah, I wonder, but they do sort of have this musical chairs vibe. Like there's always creative directors like going in and out anyway. It's kind of what happens with the brand. So yeah, I want to see what direction they go in next. But I like Valentino, by the way.
No, Valentino.
That was very refreshing. I like Valentino. What other brands did I like?
Did you see Burberry?
Yes, I saw Burberry recently. Burberry was really good. But Burberry is like not really on schedule. Burberry is just like their own. They just launched a collection when they wanted to launch a collection, but it was really good.
So, the somebody from Versace team actually, I guess ex-Versace CEO just came to Burberry. So maybe I'm like thinking like maybe that's why.
Right.
It's getting better.
You don't want to give Ricardo his flowers.
No, this collection was on point. I loved it. This is I think one of his best ones for Burberry.
Yeah. I agree.
But to be honest, it was just because he was challenging Givenchy.
Yeah.
Yes, he should.
What did you think about the Givenchy collection?
You want me to end up in hell, I think. Honestly, you want me. No, it's not giving. For me, it's not giving. It hasn't been giving for a while. It's what missed opportunities. I
guess we can talk about that collection next, since we're on the subject, and I'll put the runway show on the screen. But even the way he was, because I listened to an interview that he did with Vogue, and the way he was describing the collection didn't help because he was just talking about. I'm being serious. I'm not trying to be like facetious or anything. I'm really being serious. Like I'm being so frank. Like to quote him, he said, "I'm interested in making clothes that people wear and the ease of it. So I guess it was finding those archetypes for today that I found interesting."
What the fuck?
So, and that's me quoting him like verbatim, like word for word. I'm not like changing his words.
I think when he said that, he was like, did that make sense?
Yeah. And he was talking about like how his work is very instinctual, which once again, I don't think is something that he probably should have said.
Yeah.
Because when you're a creative director of Givenchy, your work shouldn't be like completely instinctual.
Correct.
Um,
And to be honest, if it was good, I would be like, go with your instinct. But since
yeah,
it's not that good, I will give them this. He had a great set because below those, you can see the guys walking below. So it was kind of like 2-tier thing.
yeah,
So that was pretty cool. And like it's a see-through, like you can see below like the look also. I love the set.
yeah.
Clothes-wise, he needs to leave 2000s alone. I mean, all of us liked Blink 182, and we're fine with that. But sis, come on.
He had some evening dresses that I thought were decent. I liked those, but the whole streetwear thing, I don't know what that was about, to be honest. I get that, like, he's like old, like I do streetwear. Like I saw in an interview he said that he put balaclavas in the collection because obviously with people during COVID wearing masks, it was a reference to that. That is a reference that has definitely been overdone. Like balaclavas are damn near like a whole fashion trend now. Like everyone's knitting their own balaclava and things like that. So I don't know. The dresses I liked. The whole streetwear thing, I don't know what that was about. The balaclavas, I don't really know what that was about either. These tiered shirts, I don't really know what that was about, to be honest.
Question: do you think? I mean, like, do you think of him like as Hi.
Hello. How you doing?
Do you think of him like? Okay, it could just be me that the street style is slowly kind of like leaving the focus of fashion industry.
Right.
Do you think that puts Givenchy and Matthew in like such a weird place because he's very much that?
Yeah, but I thought Alix had a very distinctive aesthetic. I don't think it was so much street style led. Like I did like it. Like I definitely prefer Alix to what he's been doing at Givenchy. That's for 100%.
Sure. Same here.
So I don't know what it is, and like Givenchy is such a storied house. Like there's so many references you can pull from. I know those pearls, for example, is supposed to be like a reference to Audrey Hepburn, but once again, it's still there's like better things you can do with the Givenchy archive than that.
It's a bit obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing why I'm like still giving him a pass is that one of my friends said that his couture is on point. So I'm like,
I heard that too.
So I'm, to be honest, he had all this time to prepare for the Zam Couture. If this collection is not one of the best ones that I've seen in the last 5 years, I'm going ham on him.
Yeah.
I'm going crazy on him. Honestly. Because I've been waiting for that couture for such a long time, and it's not happening. I think now it's in July.
Yeah.
This will be his first couture collection.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Givenchy, yeah.
And if he postpones it one more time, I'm fucking losing.
But we're used to it. Like, remember when Demna said he was going to show a couture collection? How many times that got postponed until we finally saw it?
True, but that man delivered. That man delivered.
He definitely delivered. That's for sure. He definitely.
So, like, I'm telling you, like, if he postpones a couture collection one more time, I'm going to be like, we don't need couture from you anymore. You had your fucking chances. Yeah, you've been there for 2 years. Do it. Oh, the irritation.
Like, for example, the way he said, "Oh, I'm designing clothes that everyone can wear." I get it, but like that bomber jacket is so basic.
Yeah.
Like, I could buy that bomber jacket anywhere, which is not a good sign. Because Givenchy, you're supposed to like differentiate yourself from everyone else, which is why like I come to Givenchy for something, for a look, for an aesthetic. But right now, it's just there's no real identity with his Givenchy. I don't even know where it stands.
The only and what I'm curious, like there's I'm gonna say 80% of these looks are black.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, okay, like we can use more of like color at least. I mean, to be honest, his last collection was not that bad.
Yeah, I not saying I'm a fan of his last collection, but it's definitely better than this.
Definitely better. Definitely better. I don't know. I don't know. I think that they need somebody new. They definitely need somebody. It feels like all of his good ideas are in Alix.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. Because I like Alix. I actually do like Alix.
Alix is like on point, but I don't think that this is something that you need to bring to, a heritage house like Givenchy.
I don't know if he's trying to make Givenchy like a leaks, but then sort of infuse it with Givenchy references, like all the dresses and the Audrey Hep, like little black dresses and Audrey Hepburn stuff. But it doesn't work. To be honest, it's not working.
I agree. Yeah,
it's a bit too heavy on the streetwear, and we don't know, Givenchy for that.
That's the thing. Like, I don't have an issue with streetwear. Like, I love streetwear, but the issue is it's just for the Givenchy audience and Givenchy as a brand. I just don't think it works. Like, even people say, "Oh, Riccardo Tisci did streetwear best at Givenchy," but he wasn't designing streetwear. People think because he had like a T-shirt that had a Rottweiler on it. When you look at his collections, it was suits and brogues.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was menswear tailoring. It was not like streetwear.
Do you think that like Riccardo should go back to Givenchy?
I don't know. I just think that era is like let's just be like, yeah, Riccardo had a good time at Givenchy. You don't want him to come back and then spoil his legacy. You always want to leave on a high.
You know who would be a good fit, honestly? And we spoke about her when it came to another house. But
Martine Rose.
Grace
Grace Wells Bonner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that she would be a great fit for Givenchy. I think that she would, because she knows like it's clean. She knows how to do elegant. She knows how to do so many good things. And I think that like her using Givenchy references would pay off perfectly.
Yeah.
You can kind of feel in the air that this isn't working. This isn't going to be. He's not going to be there for too much longer. I think it's just not. It's not delivering like it should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But isn't he like friends with like somebody higher up in the management of?
So I've heard.
Yeah, he's buddy with them. So I don't know. I honestly, it's just not giving for me. It's not giving. But whoever is doing their bags and leather goods, give that man a raise.
Yeah, and I do find season to season, to be honest, the footwear is very interesting. I do like the footwear.
Yeah.
So the footwear, I know they have a dedicated footwear designer. So whoever the footwear designer is actually doing a really good job.
Isn't that the guy that like you guys talk shit in Clubhouse?
Yeah, I think that was him. Yeah. The only reason why we talked shit that time though is because it was that collection where the shoes were basically just a direct lift from like McQueen's Hall.
McQueen's Armadillos, yeah.
But apart from that, though, I do like the footwear.
Yeah.
But no, if that's why I'm a very balanced individual. If I like it, I'll say. If I don't like it, I'll bash it. Like
Exactly.
That's just how it goes.
I also feel like more than any other brand, it was very heavy on the logo mania in this collection.
Yeah, even the bags had heavy text logos and prints, and then obviously the shirts, the like layered shirts, did too.
It kind of feels like people are starting to ease off of it, but this was still
stuck.
Still stuck in, yeah.
I mean, Prada is still stuck in like the emblems on everything.
Yeah. I'm a bit over
some brands are still doing.
But no, even like especially like these shirts in the beginning that have like Givenchy like in a Y2K emo style. They're just like, who does that? And he had it like, was it for his resort? He had that collaboration with, my God, what's his face? With that graffiti guy.
Yeah. I can't remember what his name is now.
Wait, I got it. It was with Cheeto.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was not giving. That collection was just, the graffiti collection was just like a no.
Yeah. It's just like, it's very much focused, like obviously the Audrey Hepburn pearls, and then not only did he have obviously the dress that was made of pearls, but then he had pearls on denim and pearls on pieces.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's too much.
Yeah.
Like there's more things you can do with a Givenchy archive.
And to be honest, like if like you have so many references that like just what you said, so many references that you can use from like Givenchy or like Galliano, his short period at Givenchy. Then like McQueen, you have Claire, you have so many references that you can use, and you're not using any of them.
Yeah.
Legit, any of them. Like you're using Audrey Hepburn, and that's cool. But like, come on, there just has to be more to life.
And I thought initially that Matthew Williams would be a good fit for Givenchy is like, if you look at Givenchy's old work, he used to have dresses that were sort of interchangeable in a way. And because Alix is sort of tech wear, like I thought he would like develop that idea and sort of have very interesting ways of like wearing the same dress in multiple different ways, because that's a very Givenchy thing. But I have not even seen anything about that since he's been there.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta excuse me. I'm still trying to wake up here.
No worries.
Givenchy.
What did you think about Son of a Gun? What do you think about? So we've talked about Balenciaga, Coperni. What do you think about, and Rick Owens? What do you think about those collections?
The Balenciaga collection made me upset. I thought that was just pandering to social. I don't know. The clothes weren't good. The runway was, you couldn't even see the clothes.
That's true.
And I thought he used the Ukrainian situation to, as publicity. Honestly, it didn't feel authentic.
Really?
Yeah, I thought
I've been saying the reason why I thought it was authentic is because it's like what he's been through. Like if it was anyone else, then I would have been quite critical. But because someone from Georgia that he fled a war that was also because of Russia, like it was Russia that was the aggressor. Also, he fled to Ukraine, which is the country that is going through what they're going through now, before he eventually went to Germany. So I think he's been a refugee. He's fled a war started by, but inflicted by Russia. He's also lived in Ukraine. So he also understands like what it's like to live in Ukraine, like what he knows people that live in Ukraine. So I think all those elements together, I think is what make me feel like it's genuine. I think if it was someone else, like another designer that tried to do that, I'd have something totally different to say.
But in honor of that, he gave us a yellow tracksuit and a blue stretch dress. Like, to me, it's like this. Good point. Y'all designed this. Like that situation happened a week before that?
Yeah. Those editions were last minute for sure.
It gave last minute because I was interested to see what they would have presented, before that situation. Because I don't know, it just felt put together last minute because of the situation to me. But
yeah, because it's supposed to be about climate change. That was the original inspiration of the collection, and then last minute they added like the trash bags, and then obviously the models walking, and obviously the last two looks.
Yeah.
But yeah, it did give last minute like a yellow tracksuit. That's very like
I did have a reaction to the people coming out in towels in the cold. I thought that gave me a reaction. But other than that, it was
it has double meaning because the towels in the cold is also because obviously people fleeing a war. Like you don't have your clothes, you're just rushing and you're like freezing and you're like trying to leave the country. There's that inspiration. There's also, because it was inspired by climate change and sort of this, global warming and the fact that we're not going to have any snow anymore and people are going to experience snow in the future by going to these artificial sort of sceneries, which was quite interesting. I did like that. So obviously wearing a towel is just exaggerating the fact that people want to feel what it's like to be in cold climate and be under snow, which is why they're wearing towels. It's almost like a double meaning thing, which I thought was quite interesting.
But then he did that and then also did the tape stuff. And I did not care for that at all. I didn't get the point of that.
Yeah, the tape was a conversation piece, definitely.
Yeah, and he could have fooled me because I thought for sure that those were like legit bodysuits until the Kim Kardashian thing came out and they literally taped her and the models. Like, what was?
Yeah, I think that's gonna make the Balenciaga tape sell. I feel like soon they're gonna start selling tape and stuff, and people are literally gonna buy it.
Then that's smart, I guess.
Yeah,
It's like a memorabilia thing at this point.
Yeah.
yeah. And people are probably, I think the next Instagram thing is people are going to buy the Balenciaga tape and then buy like a plain cheap white shirt and then just tape it with the tape and then be like, yeah, this is my Balenciaga like DIY shirt sort of thing.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, I have to say. Come on.
That's yeah.
I'm down for it.
And I thought Rick Owens was a little bit better than it has been in the past few seasons. I think he's been relying too much on the hype, you know, and given, you know, a little bit hypey collections. But I feel like this newer collection, especially like the first like 20 or 30 looks, were really, really strong. Very, very elegant for Rick Owens too.
Yeah. What did you think about, what was the other, Coperni? Have you seen the Coperni show?
Oh, I don't really keep up with Coperni, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't.
It's the way he started laughing.
Yeah.
The way that he shut that down was like,
I'm sorry.
You didn't even finish the word Coperni. He's like, I'm not
not even gonna fool you here.
Okay, do you know what? So next, I think we should talk about the ever controversial Dior.
Oh.
Contrary to popular belief, there are actually parts of this collection I liked, and I haven't liked anything about any Maria Grazia Chiuri collection in like years. But this collection, there were a few things. There's a lot of things that I didn't like that I'm going to talk about, but there are a few things I did like, to be fair.
Who are you, and what did you do with Io? I'm kidding.
But yeah, they opened up with this fluorescent sort of LED theme going on. I get it. Like the whole idea behind the collection was like technology and just the fact that nowadays we use technology for like to make our lives easier. Like you look at dishwashers, washing machines, phones, like technology has basically made our lives so much easier. But she feels like we don't use technology to make our lives easier in terms of fashion. So she had clothing in this collection that were like heat sensitive. So like when it's cold, they warm you up. When it's warm, they like cool you. That was interesting. The idea behind that was interesting. The criticism I have is just that. And I also like that, like how she was trying to like reincorporate like the Dior bar suit, which was quite interesting because what she did there was she took like the inner lining of the traditional Dior bar suit and used it as an exoskeleton. Interesting. There was some interesting stuff in the collection, to be honest, but I just think because she's known for feminism and incorporating feminism in every collection, sometimes like she forces it. And why I'm so critical of her being a feminist is because like if you're an actual feminist, it means like you believe in equality, right? And her feminism is so white that I can't take it seriously.
Exactly.
Like I just can't take it seriously. Like this is a designer that she had a collection that was inspired by Greek mythology, and they had no models that weren't white. And people asked her, well, it wasn't her that said it. It was like a representative from Dior, but it's probably how she thinks. They asked, oh, why are there no black models? And they gave the statement about, oh, it's supposed to be like true to the inspiration behind. Like it's supposed to, yeah. And I'm like, that's very interesting because when you had the Dior Resort 2020 collection, it was inspired by Africa and you collaborated with Cameroonian artisans and there are white models wearing African prints. So that's not really, that's not true to, you know, the collection. So when she says feminism, to be honest, is bullshit. Like I don't take her seriously when she talks about feminism. It's just like BS. And so that's why like the set for this collection, for example, I know was created by a feminist artist. I think her name's Mariella Bessinetti or something like that. And from what I've read, she like reimagines female subjects. And I think this, like what we're seeing on the screen with all the paintings, is supposed to be like reimagining women who were previously objectified as like women that have their own agency and ability to do what they want, outside of like patriarchy and colonialism, which makes sense, but just not in the context of Dior, because her feminism, to me, I just can't take it seriously, to be very honest with you.
Her feminism is like, that's not feminism, in my opinion. Just because I think like it's performative and it's empowering skinny white French women. Sorry, I mean, like, if you want to talk about feminism, where's your plus size models? Where's any kind of diversity?
Which is why, exactly, like, if you're a feminist, you believe in equality. And if you believe in equality, you believe in things like diversity, because that is equality. It's involving everyone in the conversation. It's, you know, everyone is the same. Like, everyone gets equal opportunities.
Yeah.
That is not what her brand, like Dior under her, has represented, to be honest. So,
well, to be honest, I think that, like, people are giving her so much credit, you know, for selling so well. But to be honest, when you take feminism and on top of it all, she came in a great time where logomania and slapping a name of a designer on a shirt sells very well. I don't know how much, like, she would sell if she was in a different times. You know, like, there was like so many hoodies that she put with like Christian Dior, and to be honest, Christian Dior after Chanel, I think, is the strongest name in fashion industry. So I think that, you know, she came in a great time, and of course she's going to sell because she slaps the name on everything. So I don't know how much of the aesthetic that she has would really sell without that. With that being said, her feminism is just, like, honestly, I call BS on it, because even when it came to that Greek mythology video, you know, she's like, it was factual. Sis, we're talking about a guy that was on the top of a mountain with a fucking lightning bulb in his hand. Let's not talk about factual. You know, come on. So that was just, like, stupid of them to say. I do have to say, the biggest hype that I've seen was Dior show. Dior show felt like you're going to Beyonce show. Like,
I mean, look at how many people are there. It's huge.
Yes.
It's massive.
Huge. But
wait, Hanan, you were there, right?
Yeah.
What was it like? Like, what was the set like when you were there?
They had the balls to invite me, which I applaud them for, honestly.
Yeah.
The set was great. I cannot say that it wasn't, honestly. It was really cool. The paintings, basically all of these paintings had, I don't know if you can see it on the video, but this artist does like 4 eyes. So
interesting.
yeah, so every painting that was there was, I think it was of women, and they had 4 eyes, and the painting was like normal, like it is the original, and then half of the painting was white.
Yeah.
And you know what, it was pretty cool to see. Their biggest mistake, I think, that they did is that first look that you saw, the one that lights up.
Yeah.
They made a terrible mistake by turning the lights on. So I was literally when the models walked, I was like maybe like 10th from the entrance. So I saw the model walk out, and everything is, you know, green, everything lights up. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. Literally, as the model came next to me, like, they turn the lights on. So all the people behind me thought it's just like a weird it's a weird look that has like these like pipes. They did not light up anymore. So that was their biggest mistake, because the opening sucked for most of the people.
Yeah, I guess what they should have done instead, because obviously you have to show the looks one after the other, they should have done that as the finale.
Yeah.
So that then they could just turn off the lights, and then
Correct.
the model could walk the whole way, and then
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you want that wow effect, but like
Yeah.
the first, I have to say this, the first 10 looks actually gave me hope, because they had this like motorbike kind of like Prada-esque to a very low degree, you know, like that Prada approach, which I really thought is going somewhere, but then we came back to her.
I like it when she paired like these sort of kitten heels with the bar jacket and the mini skirts. I like that. I did like that.
Me too. I thought it was pretty good, but then, like, you know, like we went to gray tweed, you know, which is like very heavy, and I'm like, you did gray tweed like few seasons ago. The whole collection was about that. I'm like, the one thing that I will give her, I do have a bigger admiration for her dresses that are kind of like see-through, because the way that they flow is beautiful. I'll give her that. Everything else, I was like not very impressed, honestly. I mean, like, if you want to talk about you know, climate change and like how the clothes should adapt to whatever is coming in the future, you're putting that in the middle of a show with paintings of like, it just doesn't make any
with
sense.
feminine. That's what I said. So it's just all a bit all over the place. But I think because she's like a self-proclaimed feminist, she has to like incorporate that in every collection.
I
Like
love
someone
this.
even said, this is a really good point. Talking about feminism, bar jacket is not, which is true. Like
Sure.
Christian Dior is literally famous for being the designer that restricted
Exactly.
women when Chanel was trying to unrestrict them. That is like what he's known for.
100%. Coco Chanel said that he did not liberate women. He made them wear tapestry.
Yeah, he said it wasn't Chanel that said that. It was Diana Vreeland that said that.
No.
It was Diana Vreeland that she said that Dior brought women's liberation back by 10 years.
Oh, okay, my bad. Which is true.
What do you think I was gonna say?
I thought that you were gonna say that's not true. Coco Chanel did not say that, and I'm like,
No.
let me get my book. No.
Yeah, so that's true. It's kind of funny though that she's a feminist, like a really debatable.
There is one look that was very interesting, and I have to give her credit on that. There is one look that looks very much like the bar suit, the bar jacket, and then the skirt just has one kind of like see-through thin layer, and I'm like, that is the complete opposite of the original. Kind of like this so much material on a skirt that Dior would use to do. I'm like, that is a kind of like interesting way to go about it. So still not a fan of the collection.
Yeah, I just saw the 4 eyes. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the master of, a pretty dress. She knows how to make a pretty dress. Even going to the Dior exhibit here in Brooklyn, her stuff is really pretty, but it could have been in this collection too. It's kind of the same. There's no variation in it.
Yeah. That was a great exhibit, by the way. Loved that exhibit. Mm-hmm. Oh, that was great.
But yeah, I did. There were elements of this collection I did like. Like I said, I've mentioned a lot of things that I did like about this collection, which is very different to like how I felt about some of her past collections. I just think the references are a bit all over the place for starters. 2, I just can't take her feminist references seriously when you consider like everything around what she does. Like you can't just say you're a feminist by name and not like actually act like one.
Yeah, but nobody talks about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. So I mean, like social media is the only one that calls it out because nobody in the industry is going to talk about it, which is ridiculous. I mean, like she's not in my books. I don't think of her as a feminist.
I don't either. I don't.
She is. Yeah, she is the first, Dior designer who is a woman, and that's great.
Yeah.
But there is much more to that. You're giving us like your vision of it, but I don't know.
Someone in the comments hit the nail on the head. They said it's a branding tool for her.
It is.
And it's not even authentic. When everybody can clock it, then it's not working.
True. That's very true. See, that dress was gorgeous. These dresses that I saw were beautiful, honestly.
This could have been Valentino 10 years ago.
Correct. But we've seen this from her. Like it's kind of like we know what you're bringing to the show, and like it's getting tiring. Literally, as the show stopped, as the show ended, I had 4 people around me being like, "What did you think?" And I did not know what to say, so I said, "I plead the fifth." I pleaded the fifth.
Someone said, with every collection, I think about how much fabric is being wasted on these looks, while she claims to speak about feminism and climate change.
True.
Damn.
I didn't get the motocross cyber tech. I didn't get that because it was in just the beginning of the collection. Is just those first silhouettes. You said you liked them. I didn't like them. I thought
I like the bar jacket exoskeleton. I didn't like the motocross thing. I think once again, why I said her references are all over the place, because if it's supposed to be inspired by this idea that we look at technology to help us, like to make our lives easier, and clothing should do the same. So I understand the jackets that are temperature sensitive. I get that. Or I understand like the clothing that lights up. I get that. But then the other parts that are just looking technological on an aesthetic level, but have no function, I think it doesn't merge well with the idea behind the collection. So I think that's where she lost me.
But one question, like if you have pieces like that are going to talk about like the climate change and everything, wouldn't you want to demonstrate them?
Right.
Because some of those pieces, like I saw that there was a piece that like kind of like moves or like inflates.
Mm-hmm.
So like it completely loses its meaning when you just see it stand like on a model and not being used.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, like they're basically saying like this is how it looks when it's like not inflated. But check out our Instagram, and we have a reel showing you how it looks when like it's an action. You think that these people are gonna go to their? No, nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, I mean, like if you want to use technology in Dior, then just hire Iris Van Herpen. Well, done deal.
Yeah,
that would be kind of interesting.
It would.
That would be kind of interesting. Yeah.
Why doesn't she do a collaboration with her? I would like to see that.
Oh yeah, for guys wondering what I was talking about when I was criticizing her, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So this is an example of like Maria Grazia-Chiuri. This is the same designer that said that, oh, the reason we use white models in the Greek mythology collection is because we want it to be true to the inspiration. So now we're looking at a white model wearing African print.
Yeah, that show was in Marrakech.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
in Morocco.
The one that you're referring to is the models that were on the mannequins, the small mannequins. That's the Greek mythology one. Yeah, but that one was in Marrakech. That was the.
Yeah, but why I'm referring to it is because so they did a fashion film for it, and it was in the fashion film that was all white models, which is where she then said, "Oh, you know, we wanted to make it, you know, true to the inspiration." So I'm looking at this, and I'm like,
sis.
I'm like, I don't know.
Bite your tongue. Nah.
It seems like all of the money in Dior is going towards the marketing and influencers, and it's not. They don't care what the design looks like. So as long as the bags sell, as long as the makeup,
it's funny because we've talked about this before, and like it sells so well, which is the funny thing about all of this.
Yeah,
like it sells well, but it's because people when people buy Dior, most times it's probably going to be accessories. I don't think people are buying those. I've never seen someone wear like Maria's runway collection. I personally haven't seen it in person.
Same here.
And I literally live in London, and people wear like crazy stuff, but I've never seen any runway stuff in person.
No, not here in New York either. You don't think you're ready to wear. Maybe I'm just in the wrong area. Maybe it's the Upper East Side ladies, but it's not where I'm at.
I see Kim Jones stuff, but I don't see her stuff.
Yeah, true. Guys, I have to leave. I'm gonna come back.
It's good to have you.
I'm gonna come back later if you're still on. Knowing your lives, they're gonna. I'll see you in about 6 hours. Okay, it was a pleasure. Hope everybody has an amazing day.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, that's just funny. Let me see what else. There's so many shows to talk about, actually. I guess next we can talk about Botta. Have you seen Botta?
Yeah, I flicked through Botta. I liked it.
Okay, perfect. So we can talk about that. What were your first thoughts?
It's again another one of those collections where they use the Jamaican influences, and I like the beading. The beaded polo shirts were pretty cool to me.
Yeah. Are they Jamaican? I know Botta is like from an island, I think, like Caribbean island. I'm not sure if he's specifically Jamaican.
Oh, it's not specifically Jamaican. Okay.
No, I'm not sure. I'm asking you. I don't know.
Oh, no, I'm not sure either.
Okay,
Caribbean, let me redact that. Caribbean influences.
Because you have to be careful, because I don't think he's Jamaican. I know, like, Caribbeans that aren't Jamaican will be pissed if he's...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let me stop.
But yeah, it was really good. I like how they're always influenced by like the Caribbeans, and even like in the collection they're holding like the chairs, and it was
Yeah.
sort of to say that because even not just in the Caribbean, like even in Nigeria, like the country I'm from, we use those plastic chairs for like everything. Like he
Mm-hmm.
said, in church, we use it for parties, in
Mm-hmm.
schools. Like it's crazy because in the West, like those are looked at as like disposable chairs. But everywhere else, like those are actually like valuable things. Like people pay money to
Yeah.
rent those chairs and stuff, which
Yeah,
is
no,
funny.
I instantly got that reference with the cheers when I saw it. I was like, I
Yeah,
feel like if you're from a certain area or a certain part of culture, you know what those cheers are for.
yeah. See if I can get the film on there. Yeah, yeah. It's just always solid. I like that they brought back the shoe on the shoe idea. They've been doing that for a few seasons. This season they collaborated with Adidas, so they had like the football cleats on top of like loafers,
Oh,
which is
nice.
just interesting. Visually, I just like the whole shoe on the shoe idea.
Yeah, the footwear was really strong in this collection. The hats, the beaded hats were really
Yeah.
nice too.
And I thought because I know a lot of their collections are inspired by like sustainability as well. So they do a lot of like recycling and upcycling in
Mm.
collections. And I know that some of the beads like in the hair and stuff were made of recycled plastic from like plastic in the ocean. And some of the accessories too, which was quite interesting.
This is my first time seeing the show. I only seen the pictures.
Hmm.
Oh, that's interesting. There's no like fastening with that.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
So yeah, these beads, for example, some of them are made with recycled plastic from the ocean.
No, this
Yeah,
is
tailoring is amazing.
the
Butter
tailoring
tailoring always is always really good.
and I like that they keep the collection so short and
Yeah,
concise. Like it's never too much fluff. It's never over edited. It's they know what they're doing.
yeah, yeah. The Afro picks and the pouches. Yeah, it's just so good. I hope like butter becomes more mainstream soon. I remember the last live stream we did. We were talking about how like it seems that Belgium has been producing like a lot of good designers recently.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's almost like they've taken over fashion in some way. And obviously, like Rashemi Botter's not Belgian, but he went to Royal Academy of Fine Arts, so it's like
Mm-hmm.
he's sort of like a product from Belgium.
And he gained that sensibility being there. It's
Yeah,
yeah, the Belgian designers are super strong right now. Look at that. I didn't care. I didn't get that hat.
oh, the hats
That,
with the
that
love hearts.
yeah, that was just a runway tour then because
Yeah, I'm not sure people are actually going to buy that.
no.
This is really interesting, like a
Mm-hmm.
asymmetric cape. And they love using like these kind of colors. Like they use houndstooth a lot in like a lot of collections. We've seen that. Yeah, here
And
comes
that
the
shade of
houndstooth.
blue.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I wonder if they're going to sell those chairs as well, like the plastic chairs
Oh,
with the
that would be
covered in
interesting.
fabric,
Yeah, that would actually be pretty cool.
like a homeware collection, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting. And said you love the metallic shoes. Yeah, they're shoe on a shoe, which is what Botter's been doing for a few seasons. So it's a football cleat fused onto like a leather derby, I think.
This was my favorite look. That beaded
Yeah,
polo
these are
is
some the beads,
amazing.
upcycled beads too. I wonder if the tear running down the model's eye is
It's
supposed to be like
real,
part
yeah.
of the, yeah.
That's happened before in some fashion shows. And I always wonder, like, maybe it's just makeup in the eye, or I don't
Yeah.
know.
Or is there like a further meaning to it?
Or yeah.
Oh, I like that with the shoulder cutouts. That's crazy tailoring. No. I have to. Sorry, I was just
Yeah,
looking at
I
that
saw the
later.
back of that too.
And also just the fact that despite the shoulder being cut out, look at how well it still fits on the shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. That is such good tailoring, I must say.
And you look at the back, and there's like
Yeah.
there's other shoulder pads in the back.
No, Butter is just so
Did you
good.
notice that type of rugby polo at a lot of different shows this season?
Yeah, same thing I was saying with the sleeveless vest. You know how when we reviewed Milan, we talked about that. In the Paris show, so many brands had sort of white sleeveless vests. So I think
Mm-hmm.
it must be an industry push. Like everyone, there's probably going to be a story soon that we're going to see. Like, oh, see, white sleeveless vests are in, and I'll know. Oh, so that's what it was.
Yeah, it's been a lot of obvious, I guess, pushes this season, and
Yeah.
yeah. But did you also notice the jeans with the white, or like the white shirt? A lot of
No,
people
I
did that.
didn't.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
that's true. Actually, a lot of people did do that, but I didn't notice it as like
Givenchy,
a yeah.
Bottega. That was the first look at Bottega. It was a few other people that did it, but
I love that they have satchels for Afro pics. Yeah, that makes sense because it looks like an underwater sort of vibe. And considering like they recycle plastic from the ocean, sort of incorporating that. And I don't think that's actually part of the balaclava. I think it's like a separate
yeah, it's separate.
removable piece. Yeah. But yeah, it's amazing what they've been able to achieve because I don't think Butter's been around for that long. Maybe maybe like I think it was founded in 2017 or 2018, probably 2017. Been able to achieve quite a lot. But I do know, anyway, the students that come out of the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, they're really good. Like, I was lucky enough to meet Walter, and I was like, after I interviewed him, I went around the class to like, because he told me to check people's work, and I went to the MA students and stuff. And I was talking to some of the students on like what working with Walter is, like what it's like. And the way they were sort of explaining how he makes them push their ideas and like how he helps them develop their ideas is like so crazy, which is why you see like the designers that graduate from the school.
Yeah, they know what they're doing because they've been taught to go a little further. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, really solid collection. Oh my god, that's so good.
Yeah, it's a good one.
He said the models are striking as the clothes were selected. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, the casting is really good.
Ceci, you need to join one of these lives at some point. I'd like to hear.
Yeah, I've
what
been
you
looking
think.
at her comments.
She studies fashion in Paris, and she like designs her own clothing and stuff. So, from a like tailoring standpoint, it would be good to get her viewpoint on like how things are constructed. Well, she's hiding in France. Did you see Ottolinger?
Yes, I did see Ottolinger. It was better this season than last season.
Yeah. Because they normally, I mean, they do have an aesthetic. It is very like voluminous and like very heavily deconstructed. But yeah, I did like this collection. I like the way they did the deconstruction. I just like the brand in general because I know they develop like their own fabrics, they do their own prints and stuff, and so from a quality standpoint and also just a control standpoint, they have a lot of control on the way they make certain things.
I feel like with Ottolinger, them and Glenn Martin's Y Project were kind of doing not the same thing, but like kind of like the same aesthetic in a way. They're in the same realm. But now that Glenn Martin's is up here, is kind of taking Ottolinger down is like the shine that they get. People don't talk about them as much anymore like they used to a few seasons ago.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a pretty good collection. A lot of redundancy though with the, I don't know what to call it, with the little things hanging the fringe. I don't know what that is.
Right.
What they do.
Yeah, for guys who don't know, because I understand Ottolinger might not be like that mainstream of a brand. It's like a German-based brand. I think they're based in Berlin, but it's by two designers that were born, I think they're Swiss. So Christina Bosch and Cosima Gadiant. And what Ottolinger is, it does have a sort of Berlinish aesthetic to it, but there's a lot of Swiss inspiration in it, especially when it comes down to like the techniques they actually use to make the fabric. So like this sort of lock weaving aesthetic that the brand has, that's based on a very traditional Swiss way of making garments, which is something that they incorporate across all their collections.
The color palette in Ottolinger shows are always very interesting too.
Yeah.
They choose some, they know how to work with color that speaks for them, It's instantly Ottolinger. The oranges, the greens.
I like the way the models are walking. I wonder if they specifically told them to walk that way.
Yeah. I love this set.
Yeah, so
Oh, that's a dope coat.
it had quite a lot of like flared trousers. Like the trousers are really flared in this season.
Now that I'm looking at the video of this, I'm not gonna lie, it seems a little cheap to me.
Right.
The quality is kind of.
I think the thing about it though is because like a lot of the times when they do deconstruction, it's very much in a way like no bars held. And sometimes that it's like a love or hate type of thing. Kenneth. Oh, I didn't see Kenneth's show. I need to look.
It was a good one.
Was it? Okay, I need to have a look.
Yeah, because I thought he only had like I thought like he was going to be the type that we kind of knew what to expect every season. He added some.
Yeah, which is why I stopped looking at his collections, to be very honest.
I almost didn't this season because of that, but I was surprised. He definitely has some new elements that he brought, the denim and the.
Interesting.
Yeah, he had some cuts. He's a world building, hopefully.
Ah. Yeah, because I just made so many assumptions about his work because every season he's using that Ashoke fabric and the colorful. Yeah, it was very samey for many years.
Yeah, if you thought it was samey before, then you might like this new collection. It's definitely a step in a different direction.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I guess we can watch that next because I haven't actually seen it, but I do want to see it.
What do you think Ottolinger can go from where they are now? Because it's just from that, it does kind of seem like they are they're kind of stuck. Not stuck, but
Yeah.
they're just they know what they're good for, and they haven't really
Right.
strayed from that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know because their aesthetic is quite distinctive. Like a lot of knitwear, there's going to be deconstruction, a lot of interlocking garments. I don't know because like when I think of Ottolinger, like I have an aesthetic that's in my head, and I don't know if they've like shot themselves in the foot by like being known for like that very specific aesthetic. So I guess what they could do is just do a complete 180.
Yeah.
Next season, sort of like change things up a bit.
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot of that with people that are designing themselves into this box where it's kind of hard to get out of, and not a lot of variation with some people. But
Yeah,
Ottolinger is one of them. But I still like the brand. I still
Same.
like
I like the brand. I guess we can watch Kenneth Ize shortly. Let's have a look. For guys that did see it, what did you like most about it?
Yeah, this was the first look. I thought, okay, it's gonna be the same old stuff.
Yeah, I think I saw like I might have seen like the thumbnail on Vogue Runway and saw that, and then just been like, yeah, it's same old.
Yeah, but no, it gets better. I haven't seen the video from this either. I've just seen the pictures, but
yeah, this video is not that long. It's like 2 minutes, just showing every look.
Okay.
Basically. Okay. That's different. Did he have a collab with Asics or something? Because that model is wearing
I'm not
Asics.
sure. It looks like a bit 70s, like the silhouettes.
Yeah.
Like the short
Oh, I
shorts.
like that. I like that. I like this look. I want to see those button details closer because they look quite interesting.
Yeah, the denim was really cool too. The knitwear was surprisingly very good in this collection. I think those were my favorite pieces, the knits.
Why are the models walking so slowly?
Probably the runway was probably really small.
Okay, that might be why. Oh, that coat looks really interesting.
Yeah, the
the African continent print, and it's so tasteful. It looks really good.
Yeah, it is.
Who did he just shake there? Was that like Honey Dijon or someone? I didn't
don't
get
know.
who.
But yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. No, it was a lot. That was a lot better than I was expecting because when I saw like what I did see about the collection, it just seemed like, oh, it's the same old, here we go again sort of thing.
Yeah, he definitely added some new elements that now you want to see what he is going to do next.
Yeah,
it's not he's not one of those people that we thought are going to design themselves into a box. So he has more ideas. He has more ideas.
Yeah. Did you see the row?
No, I don't think I saw the row yet.
Yeah, they had their resort collection. I mean, it's the row. Like,
yeah,
I think we all know what to expect from the row. Like, it's very predictable, to be very honest with you.
$4,000 sweaters.
$5,000 coats. It's
Yeah.
just like we know what the row is going to give us. But no, I just thought it was interesting because they went really 70s this time around. Like even the collars are like very 70s inspired. Let me see if I can get it on there. Let me get it on the screen. Said new elements are still very safe. Also looks like some pieces were upcycled rather than newly made. That's interesting. Doesn't Kenneth Ize have artisans in Lagos? Like he has a whole sort of framework of artisans that he uses in Lagos, and I think he set up like a mini factory in Lagos too to make his garments. So yeah, this is the collection. So yeah, like when you look at like the collars, like these like long wide collars, that's very, very 70s. These elongated sleeves, I can't see the row customers wearing sweaters with sleeves that long. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because the type of people that wear the row are like rich women that just want to wear like really elegant clothing and it's easy to wear sort of thing. It's like Phoebe Philo-Celine.
I'm sure if they bunched it up, you know, it could be a cool silhouette.
I guess maybe that might be the point of it. So maybe aesthetically, when you like roll the sleeves up, it gives this sort of aesthetic look. That could be like the idea behind it. But like wearing it like that, I can't see the row customers doing that.
Somebody did that this season, but they actually made it make sense because they put a hole, and I forgot who did that this season. Somebody they did like a hole in the side where you could have your arm out if you wanted to. I forgot who did that. But yeah, I'm sick of seeing those elongated sleeves that don't make sense for real life. It's like nobody's wearing that.
It reminds me of Vetements. Like Vetements used to do that a lot. This collection is almost giving me like parts of it are giving me Japanese vibes. Like this silhouette, for example, is giving me like heavy like Yoji vibes. But then this is just like standard the row, apart from obviously the 70s collars. Do you think people are gonna take to those collars?
I'm not sure what I'm seeing, but I see like black and white. I'm not seeing any.
Yeah.
Let me look. I'm trying to look on my phone to see if I see a difference in the color. It seems pretty neutral to me. Like this is the row customer. They love this.
Yeah. Very neutral.
Yeah. Which is fine to me. This is what, you know, they're known for. I think last season they tried to do color and I didn't like it.
No.
Yeah,
but I'm not gonna lie, I liked last season because last season maybe not so much the clothes. Well, there's nothing wrong with the clothes. I mean, the row is just like really wearable, easy to wear. But
yeah,
what I liked was the styling. So I don't know what stylist styled that show, but I did like the way they styled it. Do you know something? So the row collection reminded me of there's this journalist that writes for GQ, Rachel Tashajan, Profit Pizza. The way she dresses is literally, let me see if I can get her Instagram up. The way she dresses, I was like, this collection was literally designed for her. Like, no way. It's like literally her aesthetic to the core. Let me see if I can get. Some of you might know who Profit Pizza is.
That's her.
She's like a
Profit Pizza.
The Prophet's Pizza, yeah.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of her work and her style, actually. But yeah, when I saw the row collection, I was like, this looks like her. So just look at the way she dresses, and then I'll show you the row collection after. And as far as I know, I think Rachel actually does like the row, probably because like similar aesthetic, maybe. So just look at the way she dresses.
Oh yeah, it lends itself to it.
Yeah. So then when I show you that collection, you're gonna be like, oh, I see what you're talking about. So if we go, so you'll see what I'm talking about now. So you cannot tell me that like this is literally a Rachel outfit. That is literally like you cannot tell me. That looks exactly like the way she's dressed, even down to the socks.
That's very interesting. That stylist, you know that they're scrolling people's Instagrams, getting inspired.
Of horse.
Yeah, I can see it.
Like it literally looks like her. I was like, what the hell? Did they just like look at her wardrobe and be like, you know, we're gonna make a collection inspired by her wardrobe? But I did like it because of the styling. I like the way this collection was styled.
It wasn't my favorite, the Row collection. I prefer when it's like 3 colors and
Right.
yeah, I prefer when it's like that.
Yeah.
I
guess
don't know.
because I can understand what aesthetic they're going for. Like I said, it's like that Prophet Pizza sort of quirky but chic at the same time, which the Road doesn't really do, to be honest. Because it's hard. It's hard to like be quirky but at the same time still look chic. Which very few people can actually pull off. I like the way 70s white collar look fresh with black. Color can look good, but I feel self-conscious and too much color. Depends on the style there. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean the Row, I like the Row. The only issue is that at the price point, it's just like considering the options.
Yeah.
There's just no world where I'm gonna buy the Row. It's just never gonna happen. Even if I was a woman, I still wouldn't buy it. Even if I had money, I still would buy it.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of other people that you could go to for that similar aesthetic, but I enjoy it. It's just not for me with the price point that it is. But
I mean, we know who the
beautiful.
customers are. It's Mary Kate. Mary Kate and Ashley is their friends. They're rich friends. That's just the customer base of the brand, really. Yeah. I think we can talk about Loewe next. Did you see the Loewe show?
Oh, of course.
What do you think about it?
Jonathan Anderson is crazy. He's officially like, this dude is last season I enjoyed so much. I think it was my favorite show in the spring. And I was wondering how he was going to top this one. This one was a bit. I understood the concept a bit less because I felt like it was a bit easier to understand last season. But this one was just crazy and weird, but still very interesting and cool. Like I loved it. The balloons, the I didn't like those balloons. What were they made out of?
I think I don't know because they would have popped otherwise.
Yeah,
like, especially the ones on the heels.
Yeah, I really like the ones on the heels. I love the ones on the heels.
Yeah, that was really interesting. It reminded me though of stuff that he's done with J.W. Anderson. I'm gonna see if I can get the collections I'm thinking about on the screen because like there were those. I think they were like the squashes on the set. And like it literally just reminded me of like all the J.W. Anderson collections where he has like all these funky like prints of like fruits and vegetables and all those things. And those campaigns that he's been doing with Jag and Teller, that's literally what it reminded me of. Like I'll show you, for example, like it gave me this sort of escapist, surrealist vibe, which I think was the inspiration of the collection anyway. But I'm gonna see if I can get the J.W. Anderson collection that I'm thinking about. So it's like collections like this, like very quirky, with all the inspirations of like all the fruit prints, like strawberry prints and stuff like that. It just reminded me of like J.W. Anderson, the stuff he's done at his own brand. Like it's not even just this collection; it's like loads of collections. Like he's done this. Like I think it was this one. I think it was this one that was quite similar to that. Had a very escapist, surrealist vibe. Like look, holding like lettuce and like mango print. It just reminded me of that. It gave me those kind of vibes. Let me see if I can get the Loewe thing on the screen. There were some very Schiaparelli-esque looks in this collection, though, I must say. Very few people still playing with glamour and humor in the way that Jonathan Anderson is. Yeah, I agree.
It's very true.
And I heard that those squashes that are part of the set, they're actually made out of leather. Same thing as these dresses. It's quite interesting because obviously Loewe is like a leather house, like historically.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those leather dresses though, they look interesting because of like their shape.
These
One of
dresses,
the,
I
yeah.
want to know how those are gonna look in store, because they're not gonna have the car inside, but or maybe they will. Could you imagine seeing those on a hanger in store?
I don't think the hanger could hold it if it has
Right.
the car thing. But yeah, this collection had a lot of leather. Really, really honing in on the history and the heritage of Loewe.
I think the footwear has been so strong the past couple
Yeah,
seasons with him. Like
I agree.
he stole my heart last season with the rose and the birthday candles,
Yeah.
like just beautiful shoes that are modern and cool for and but those balloons, like how. Oh, and the lip dresses, yeah.
Yeah. But the lip dresses, I know the inspiration was kind of surrealist. That's the point. But they end up looking Schiaparelli like. But these weren't too Schiaparelli. I think the ones it was with the hands around the dress. That I was like, nah, that looks like Schiaparelli.
I'm not
Like if
gonna
I
hold
did.
you. If those could have been in the wrong color, they honestly look like booty hole dresses. No lie, no lie. But I still like them. They kind of like booty holes a little bit. I didn't like these pants. These are the only ones I didn't like.
No, it's sort of like a very blown out puffer jacket, sort of in the theme of balloons, like balloon silhouette, and then the heels. Of course, I love those heels, man. Those balloon heels. I
Mm-hmm.
hope a lot of women like wear those. Like I want to see those on the streets. Yeah, like that dress looked kind of Schiaparelli, yes, but that wasn't even the one I was thinking of.
So much faux fur on the runway this season. It's a
Yeah.
lot of it. Like I don't think we need that much of it. I'd love to know the idea behind putting those shoes in the dress like that,
Yeah.
because it creates a tension where you feel like it could pop, but
It's just funny to put the shoes and the dress as well. I wonder if that's how the pieces are actually going to come. You're going to have heels in the dress. So people are just going to rip the dress and take the
yeah,
heels
wear
off.
the shoes.
Someone say Loewe is pronounced Loewe. Really?
No,
There was a campaign that they did that was really famous. I can't remember who it was. It's just escaped my mind. But they were literally like Loewe, 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 Loewe. I think because they were trying to get people to like either say it right or just make something funny. It's like a really famous ad that they did years ago, and they said it like Loewe. So I'm gonna guess that that's probably how to say it, but I don't know. I mean, I don't speak Spanish, so and it's a Spanish brand, like historically. So that's an interesting clutch.
I love those shoes as well.
Those trousers interested me, just the way like they look. It's quite interesting. The footwear. What are the heels on those? Let me see if I can find what's on the heel. Are those supposed to be balloons as well?
Yeah,
On
those
the
were my
heels of
favorite style of the balloon heels. With it was kind of like a mule.
Yeah, I wonder what they've put in those balloons because yeah, if they're actual balloons, they would have popped a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. And even these dresses here with the balloons and parts of the dresses, those are beautiful dresses on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cutouts are done very smartly.
Surrealist. That's like a trompe-l'oeil print. Yeah, that's the look. I was like, yeah, that's Scaparelli.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You cannot tell me that's not Scaparelli.
It is. Yeah, it is. Even the way the nails, the way that that's kind of like a surrealism thing that
Yeah. But I get it because there were many surrealist like pieces in the collection, so it makes sense. I wonder if he actually spoke about it, like because it sort of made sense.
Julia Nobis was everywhere this season. This the model.
Yeah.
She's been in the industry for over a decade now, and she kind of went away for a while, and she was literally at every show this season.
Yeah. I feel like once you become like cemented in fashion as a model, you basically have a spot for life. Because like even like all those like 90s models that were famous, they still like are in the biggest shows now. I'm like, damn, they don't want to give the young girls a spot at all.
Like, yeah, which I'm fine with because they actually know how to model.
True.
Yeah,
they're like in their 50s and 60s. Like, nope.
Yeah, I love a comeback. I love models coming back. The balloon prints were cool here too.
Yeah.
I think Jonathan Anderson is just on. He's been on fire the past couple of years. Like he's really going from strength to strength with these collections and turning out some interesting ideas.
I agree, and it's just the fact that he's consistent at both his like namesake label and Loewe, which normally doesn't happen because normally one takes a hit. Like if you look at other designers that are doing things at all these different brands.
And I never thought I would say like that Loewe is the show that I'm look forward to every season now, and it is now. It's one of the shows that is like top 3 on my list every season. I love his attitude too, because he looks like he could care less. He always just kind of has that attitude. Like he just seems like it's whatever about everything. But you could tell.
I think he's I like his fun takes on things. Sometimes it's very refreshing. Someone said, "Let's not waste." Sassy said, "Let's not waste time."
Oh yeah, I'll dog the shit out of Jacques Mousse. That collection.
Yeah, I am not the biggest fan of Jacques Mousse. I don't think any of you want me to review his show, because it'll be bashing. Because I like
Yeah.
in the past, like 2 years maybe, I think what he's been doing is very comparable to like Zara. To be very, very honest with you, and I'm not even trying to be like mean or anything. It's just like that's just what I've been seeing. So I'm telling you, you don't want me to review Jacques Mus.
Mm. It's just sad. It makes me sad. Like this, like going back and looking at collections from 5 years ago and seeing what he's doing now. It's like
Yeah, the old Jacques Mus collections are really good.
really good.
I
He
must say.
just sold out, to make money.
It's just so commercial to the point where it just looks bad. It
Mm-hmm.
actually just looks bad.
Like
I don't know how else to say it.
I was waiting for, because I watched that collection. Unfortunately, I wasted my time and watched the collection, the video, and I was waiting for an idea, just one idea, and no, it was just clothes. Just clothes.
Oh my god.
Even the destination with it being Hawaii and the people that were there was just set up for Instagram now. I hate it. I didn't like that.
I'm gonna see if I can find that Loewe advert. It's actually so famous. Wait, Loewe. Yeah, it was with Jodie Comer, I think. It was that one. Can you hear it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, perfect. I'll share it I'll share it in the chat. So please review anyway. No. the thing about Jacques Mus is also because his sets are really Instagrammable. So that's, I think, like when he has all these like lavender flower, like all the girls are gonna go crazy. Like the girls are gagging, like, oh my god, like lavender set, but it's all smoke and mirrors to me.
Mm-hmm. I
It's
feel
like
bad for the
distracting you
models.
from, yeah, it's distracting you from what actually matters.
Mm-hmm.
Said you feel bad for the models.
Yeah, because like that lavender runway was long as hell. That was a long runway.
That's true. Jacques Mus is the new Calvin Klein. If I talk about Rastin's Calvin Klein, no, I think Jacques Mus is a lot worse than that.
A lot worse.
Like a lot worse than that, to be honest. It's so commercial to the point of like, geez.
It's the
Yeah,
French
I
Brandon
think
Maxwell.
if Jacques Mus is going to do one thing, he's going to give his models some car detail.
Hello?
With those long ass runways.
Mm-hmm.
I think next we can talk about Off-White because I know people were asking us to talk about it last in the last live, but you know we weren't in the Paris mood back then. But you've seen it, right? Haven't you?
Yeah, I've seen this
What
show.
do you think about it? Like the
I
set, the
don't.
music, the clothes.
It was all right. I don't know how much did Virgil have to do with this collection.
I think quite a lot actually. I think because I even know with this collection they said they were going to launch like couture.
Yes, that was the
Which is
interesting part of it.
yeah.
I guess that's probably something that he was, wanting to do, Off-White couture. So I guess like as like a last send off that they kind of showcase those looks. It was all right. I like that his friends were in the show. I like that part of it.
Yeah. And I can imagine with the couture show, he's probably designed like a big chunk of it. But a lot of people are asking me, "Oh, who do you think is going to take over at Off-White?" And they made a statement. I think it was New Guards Group made a statement that for the next 2 years, they're just going to run it as a team, like the team of people that worked under Virgil, and they're going to like reference like his old stuff, and then see how it goes for 2 years, and then reconvene after that. So it looks like they're not really going in the direction of having a replacement in terms of creative director,
which is respectable.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not much of a fan of the Off-White aesthetic, but
Yeah.
it's it's Off-White, you know.
I mean,
It's
it's super commercial for starters.
yeah.
It's just what it is. What it is at the end of the
Hmm.
day.
Yeah, I
I
think the
did. I
couture
like the
part is
music
most.
though. I
Yeah, the
like the
music was
music.
good. It was Pharrell, I think I think Pharrell did the music.
Was it? I thought it was DJ Jeff Mills. I think. Yeah.
Oh, I might be wrong.
But what Pharrell did do actually, obviously I don't want to get copyrighted, but at the start, Pharrell made sort of a statement
Mm,
about like sharing knowledge and stuff. He was talking about like sharing the codes and how like a lot of people have to figure things out and they're left to their devices. He was basically talking about how Virgil is one of those people that always helped everyone, gave people like valuable information, mentored
hmm,
people, the same way that Pharrell feels that way in like music. Because in
hmm.
music, it's very known, like people don't really give you opportunities, and Pharrell is like the person who like works with up and coming artists, helps them like
Right.
build careers. So he was saying that he doesn't understand why in these industries like fashion, music, why people don't like help each other out more and like share the codes and like help each other basically. So he was basically talking about in the context of fashion for Virgil
Yeah.
and then in the context of music for himself,
I,
which
I
was
think it's
interesting.
I think it's because especially as black people, we feel like in these industries that we've for decades people feel like there's only one spot for them or you know, it's kind of like
Right,
that crabs in a barrel mentality where they feel like they could be the only one in the room because if they're not, then
right.
somebody else can take their space. And that's evolved to what it is now and to, you know, to gatekeeping in certain ways and it's kind of sad to see because I've definitely experienced that here in New York where it's like other black people. It's like you feel like we're family, like let's help each other out, but some people don't have that mindset, you know.
Yeah.
And I love that Virgil had that mindset. That was literally my favorite thing about him, that he shared
Hmm.
um, his knowledge and experiences.
The song say ASAP was looking at Kendall. Those shoes, I didn't really understand them. They're on a few of the looks actually. Kendall giving us lack of energy. What I found funny was what's this guy's name? There was a rapper that was in it, and he was posting on Instagram about like being in an
Oh,
Off-White shirt, and it was so funny because he was like, he was like, "We international, bro. We doing runways." Then he zoomed into like, because you know how backstage in the runway shows they have the portrait of like each model on like
yeah.
a mood board.
Hmm.
Then he was zooming into like Cindy Crawford's face and Naomi Campbell's face, and being like, "We doing runways with like real models, big models." It's just so funny.
Yeah. That but that is a bit if you're going to be a part of a show and be a part of a cast, you want to be in it with Naomi Campbell and
Oh
Cindy
yeah,
Crawford.
facts, 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 facts.
All of these people that came back for him. Who else was in the show?
Quite a
Uh,
lot of people.
yeah,
Jeez.
towards the end, a lot of bigger names. Carolini, Trentini. She was in the show, a Brazilian model that's been modeling since the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, they spared no expense on the casting in the show.
I mean, damn, they have money. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just got the LVMH investment. like New Guards Group.
Mm.
That's actually insane when you think about it. New Guards Group and LVMH own Off-White. Like they can afford anything, to be honest.
This model here, she was a model in the 2000s as well, and she came back for the show. There's a lot of good casting here. I'm so interested to see like where this brand is going to go, you know, after Virgil. I do want it to continue for his sake and for the kids that like it, you know. So,
I think it filled like a void in the market. Sort of that higher end sort of like street aesthetic is more like who can I compare it to that's like come and gone? Because when there was too much of a separation, it was either like the brand was Fubu or Rockaware, or it was like Dior. Like historically, there wasn't really like anything that bridged the gap like Off-White did. And because there wasn't that gap before, that's why unfortunately there are people like Shane Oliver that took a hit because they just didn't understand it because they're like, oh my God, it's either you're this or you're that. So they didn't. That's why they didn't get Hood by Air, for example.
Yeah, it did create a nice middle ground of aesthetic.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the couture at this point. That's like these are just clothes, but
I'm really curious to see because it's just like, like Virgil designing couture would be really interesting because it's not a side of him we've seen.
Oh yeah, Serena Williams was in it.
I always wonder how much you have to pay to cast someone like Serena because the thing about Serena is she's not actually a model. You can't pay her a model fee because she's damn near a celebrity in her own right.
My guess is that she would have done it for free because she was friends with Virgil. Like they probably just paid for room and flight.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, I feel like if you're gonna honor your friend and come back for the show, then you did it for free. You know.
Yeah.
Or Pusha T, I forgot he was in it too. Oh, that not Pusha T. Jim Jones.
Yeah. What did guys in the chat feel about the Off-White show? Actually, I forgot to ask. The older models have such a presence, you can immediately tell apart from the current model. Yeah, just like sort of you said, you can tell because they know how to walk. Like the way the older models walk, it's almost like they're trained to walk.
Yeah.
There's this elegance about them and the way they move. Is that Bloody Osiris? I think it is,
You know that dude wears so much stuff. I have no clue what his face looks like. his stuff is so over the top. I have no clue what his face actually looks like.
I just like the show as a production, though, as like a send-off sort of Off-White show, because we've had multiple send-offs at Louis Vuitton, but we were yet to see an Off-White tribute.
Mm-hmm. The music was very good. This guy on the little machine.
Yeah.
Oh, they lit a blunt.
What's that?
They just lit a blunt.
That is not a moonwalk. I don't know what that guy just did there. That was definitely not a moonwalk. Isn't that Isaiah? That's
Yeah. They've performed at Virgil's show before, the Michael Jackson collection.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, he's a Brooklyn-based musician.
Yeah. Isaiah's like heavily involved in Hood by Air, no?
I think Telfar.
Really? Why did I think Isaiah was involved in Hood by Air? I think, wasn't it Isaiah? He was in that interview with Karen Frost.
Oh, I'm not sure. I
think
don't
that's
watch a lot
why.
of Cohen Frost content.
And neither do I, but he had a good interview with Shane Oliver and Isaiah.
Yeah, I know that they definitely work a lot with Telfar though.
Yeah. Dr. Dre. Okay, people said it is Ian Isaiah. Okay. So he was so it's Telfar. Someone said Telfar. Interesting.
This is the couture section that.
Yeah.
Some of it I feel like have too many ideas in one look.
The good thing about Virgil, there's probably somewhere you can find a proper explanation of the couture looks, which I probably need to have a look at actually. Because I feel like there's probably going to be a lot of hidden meaning. Like I was looking at the way the cap is, and I have some like ideas in my head, but I won't say it, of like what I think he's trying to do.
I'd
with
like
that.
to know because I need to make those hats make sense to me. I don't like them.
I need it to make sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't know because I don't like reaching, so I'd rather just like wait till I actually know for sure. I don't want to like be one of those fashion people that just like reaching for the sake of like trying to sound intelligent.
Yeah. I didn't get this look because it's so big on her.
Yeah.
It's so big. And this is a small girl. I didn't get the shape of that dress.
This son just gave us the rundown on Ian Isaiah. He worked with Hood Bayer and is now involved with Telfa. Also is or was a member of Blood Orange. It's really confusing, but I think he just received credit for being around. Fair enough. Maybe he's just one of those guys, people that they hang around and you get sort of creative energy from them just being there.
Mm-hmm. He has a beautiful voice. I love his voice.
Yeah. Could have given Dr. Dre a seat. I guess not. Hansa Virgil changed the game. He definitely did.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely did.
And Off-White is instantly recognizable. Like these clothes, like they aren't of anybody else. It is Off-White is of its own aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
In the streetwear, realm. What does Naomi thing say? I didn't see what that even said in the back.
Yeah, that says little black dress.
Little black dress.
Yeah. The dude. Cindy Crawford. I think that the best look in terms of meaning was what Cindy Crawford was wearing. Oh, that's Honey Dijon, because Cindy Crawford, she had like a clutch that said more life on it, and then there was a clutch that was full of like white and red pills, which could also be a reference to because Virgil knew what he was going through health wise, even though obviously it wasn't public. So that could be his way of having a reference to it. So I thought that was really strong, in terms of the meaning behind it.
Wait, that's really Dr. Dre?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought they were playing around. I thought they were playing around. Okay, that was Dr. Dre. Smoking.
That makes sense. Le smoking, and then the fact she smoked a cigarette. Wait, let me see. Did she actually smoke a cigarette when she... Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very obvious reference.
Karen Nelson.
Yeah, that's a very obvious reference. No, this section was definitely way better than the earlier part of the collection, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I am actually enjoying this.
Are y'all sure that's Dr. Dre? Dr. Dre is not that skinny. I thought he was buff.
I don't. To be fair, I don't think it's Dr. Dre. I'm just playing around.
Oh, I'm so confused now.
No. I'm messing about. It's the DJ that was running the set. What's his name? DJ Jeff Mills.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. People have said in the past that he looks like Dr. Dre, so there's that. These IG models be doing too much and not walking for a TikTok.
These are not IG models.
These are not IG models. Like Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell. These
Maria
are
Kala, these are legends.
These are world-renowned legends in the game. Definitely not IG models. And then the young up-and-coming Adut, the catch. The casting is insane. Oh my. When you just look at actually the casting.
It's expensive. I want to know who did it for free and who didn't.
Yeah. But you know those supermodels like Cindy Crawford and Naomi, they're the ones that come out saying, "Oh, that's an interesting dress." They're the ones that come out saying, "Oh, I don't leave my house for less than 5K" type of. Remember when they used to say things like that?
Yeah, that was Linda that said that, and you see where
Oh,
she
was it
is
Linda
now. Yeah, Linda
Evangelista?
said that.
Okay, yeah.
But and I remember Naomi in an interview said that she does do shows for free. You know, depending on, I'm sure it depends on the designer, the connection, you know, that they have. Like I'm sure when she did like Kenneth Ize's show, that they didn't have the money to pay for, you know,
Yeah,
people.
that's facts.
It's charity, you know. For
Yeah.
some, yeah,
And it's give and take too, because then when the brands get big, also when they can afford to pay, I'm sure there'll be some agreement. Like
yeah,
at some point, they're probably going to get paid for something or a campaign or something. You can't be doing
yeah.
everything for free. But I mean, at this point, Naomi, she has more money than like some people will ever make in their lives. So I don't think it's not like she necessarily needs more money, but I think people should be paid for their work.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What does that say? The skirt. That's a lot of tulle. Oh my
Yeah.
days. Oh, I meant earlier. Oh, okay, okay. But who were the models that came out earlier? I'm trying to remember.
In this show,
Yeah.
I
The
think they're
earlier
just
part, I was trying to look at the clothing. I didn't really notice what models were
no,
wearing what.
just up and coming. You know, I think they saved the legends for the latter half of the show.
Hmm.
If you guys don't know this model, this is Deborah Shaw. She's like known for her runway
Oh,
work.
facts. Iconic, iconic. Like, well, didn't she? She was known for like there's McQueen,
McQueen.
the McQueen shows. She's been like the star. She wore that. Wasn't she like chained up in the
Yeah, she was the
that
one that.
McQueen show? Yeah.
Yeah, she's
No,
had a
she
lot
has.
of
Yeah.
runway moments.
Even what I think of when McQueen was at Givenchy and he had that collection where her hair was like made into like these massive horns. Wasn't that was her, wasn't it?
I know she had the other show. I think it was McQueen as well, where she stuck her tongue out.
Yeah.
That show, she did a lot of famous work for Mugler as well.
She's legendary.
And she's had a resurgence in the past couple of years. A lot of people have been using her.
These women, I have no idea how like she can stay like that so many years after. Like she looks exactly the same,
Yes,
like
she
body
does.
and face. I'm like, this woman doesn't age. Like, what's going on?
I guess if you want to keep it your career, you got to keep up with yourself. She's done a good job at it.
Yeah, the couture starts and finishes with the white bridal dress. Yeah, McQueen's Dante. Yeah, Deborah Shaw, she's had some insane moments. Okay, next, let me see what's on my list. Did you see the Chloe show?
Yeah, I did. I was bored.
Chloe is boring, to be honest. It is like I bunch Chloe in with Stella McCartney. It's like very much about sustainability, but it's also like super, super commercial. And like all the creativity goes into like how the fabrics are made rather than like the aesthetics of it. So yeah.
I don't know. I feel like this is just Gabriella Hearst part 2. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't get Chloe from this collection. The Chloe woman is a bit more like free, but like she kind of has like a like slight boho aspect to her. But I don't know. It just gives very Gabriella Hearst to me, which is fine. I love Gabriella Hearst.
There were some pieces that gave me more Chloe. When it gets to it, I'll say. But like these pieces, for example, I know this collection was had a lot of leather because the sustainability take she did this season, which is something I've been saying in past videos quite a lot actually, is the fact that a lot of leather comes from being a byproduct of the food industry. And so she exclusively used like real like cow leather, which is kind of strange because most sustainability sort of people, here's another white tank top by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Most sustainability people, yeah, they're using like mushroom leather and stuff, but she doubled down and was like, I use leather that's a byproduct from the food industry. And she's quite transparent with like where she gets things from, to be fair. Yeah, it is basic. It's very much
what
like,
you see is what you get.
Yeah. Those three like things that look like orbs, I'm really wondering what that's all about. Very minimal. And I know because I viewed part of this collection on Instagram, like closer to the end, she has this like recycled cashmere sweaters. That's supposed to be like a influenced by sustainability because they have like melted glaciers at the front, and then at the back it's sort of like greenery to show that, because you know when people make collections about sustainability, it's always about like the world is dying, like things are like our trees are being cut down, so it's more like a very positive outlook on the thing, where it's like, okay, the world could be getting worse, but there's also a chance that we could regenerate the world and it could also be better. So it's like showing two sides of it, which is interesting, but at the end of the day it still is just a cashmere sweater with a print. Here's another white tank top. I really want to see who's going to actually go and buy like one of these white tank tops from these big houses for like 300 euros. That just seems so crazy to me.
Yeah, it does. It does. I thought the leather work was the strongest in this collection. Some of this stuff, it kind of looks like Sarah Burton, kind of, but when is the McQueen show? When? I thought it was supposed to be in New York.
Really?
Maybe. Let me see.
Queen recently they've been doing their own thing entirely.
Oh, it's on March 15th. So it's in 2 days.
Really? Oh, okay. So they're just doing the whole like no schedule sort of thing, similar to Burberry.
Yeah. Let me see where it is. Yeah, it's March 15th in New York. Yeah, I guess those three orb things were pretty interesting, like the most interesting thing, I guess, from this collection. But the coats are so good. It's a very functional collection, which I can't knock.
Yeah. You bought a Holston shawl. Damn. Are they selling notebooks now? Was that a notebook I just saw as an accessory on the runway?
It looked like a notebook.
I'm not mad at it because Gucci, they sell notebooks and they do well, apparently. Don't know who's buying that stuff, but hey.
Oh, that blanket was beautiful.
Yeah. I heard that she collaborated with like sort of a group of African American quilters based in Alabama to make those. So they're made of like dead stock scraps of Chloe fabrics actually from like past stuff that they've done, made into like different quilted blankets. And there was a jacket, I think it was at the end. These are the glacier things I'm talking about. But I think it was near the end. Yeah, there's like a coat, like a trench coat with the quilted design on it.
Yeah, this one here, the last look.
Yeah.
Which I love that trend right now of using dead stock fabric. That's the real sustainable way to go. You know, not all this fluff and fodder that people are doing, saying they're doing it.
A few people do it. It's good. Like Marine Serre, Bodhi, obviously Chloe have done it. Like, yeah, there's a few brands that do it quite well actually.
Speaking of this, I guess the same row. Did you see the Stella show?
McCartney?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's actually I mean it's kind of, you know, what you see is what you get, with the same thing, but it's better than what she's been doing the past few seasons, because I've actually gotten tired of her. You know, you know, it seems like she had a different design team in the past few years. It seems so different than what it came from, but this past season was actually pretty good for her.
I think I have a bad habit. Like when I just assume that like I've seen the same things how many seasons in a row, so I don't check. It's like the Kenneth thing. That's why I didn't look. And it's funny because I've worked at Stella McCartney, but the difference is when I worked at Stella McCartney, I was still studying like chemical engineering. And so I was more interested in like fabric development than I was the actual like design aesthetic. But now that like my interest in fashion has sort of switched, I'm just not really that interested in the brand. Like I understand the sustainability and all of that, but
yeah,
nah.
It's boring. It could be boring. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, it's some people that just like, you know, not to even click on, because you know you're gonna get. Usually, it's the Italian brands for me though. It's like, you know, Alberto Ferretti, Armani, Etro. It's usually those. It's like.
Even some brands, like even like Issey Miyake, for example, his main line has gotten so predictable at this point.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has.
Like it's starting to look the same like every season. So it's just like, I get it, you have an aesthetic, but personally, I'm not gaining anything from coming to see the same collection over and over again.
What do you think about the Yoji show?
Oh, I liked it. I really liked it. I mean, Yoji is, once again, his aesthetic is very cemented. Like it's very like collection selection. He's like Rick. Like things change, but just slightly. Things change just ever so slightly. The aesthetic changes.
It's like how many ways can you do black and white clothing, but then it's always fresh. It feels fresh at Yoji.
And because like I get to see like what's in the showroom as well, because it looks, sometimes it can look samey on the runway, but when you actually look in like at the details and stuff, it looks completely different.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, shout out to Paul. Where are you that it's morning? Damn. For me, it's like almost 6 p.m.
Oh wow, yeah, it's still morning here in New York.
Oh damn.
Oh no, it's not. I'm kidding. I'm looking at my clock is wrong. It's actually 1:20.
Oh, okay. Okay, next I think we can get into the Sacai show. Did you see that show?
Yeah, I flicked through it. You know, Sacai. It was better than than last season.
Yeah. There was so much like hoo-ha about her runway show because obviously she's been stuck in Japan for a really long time. because of like COVID rules. Like the Japanese COVID rules were so strict. Like the way they contained COVID, it was insane.
Mm-hmm.
So it was good to see like her runway show back. But yeah, her collections are like very military inspired. So you're always going to see like some sort of bomber jacket, technical fabrics, a lot of zippers. But also she does like, I like the way she designs dresses sometimes. She has good takes. And I read somewhere, I think it was in High Snobiety actually, that this season she launched a collaboration with Cartier. So Cartier and Sacai
Okay.
have like a jewelry collection that launched in this, which is interesting. I want to know what the price point is going to be.
Right. I'm interested. Who do you like? Who is the woman that wears Sacai? I don't know a lot of people that that gravitate towards this brand.
Yeah, I personally don't know too many people that wear Sacai. Personally, I would wear it. I'm just not rich like that, and it's expensive. And just based on like choice, it's just not my first choice. But I would wear it
Yeah.
though. Like even the boots in this collection, I really like them. Reddy says, "Okay, so what's your aesthetic like? What other brands do you wear outside of Sacai? So
Yeah,
we get a
because
good sense of like the Sacai customer."
I think a lot of the pieces can be very difficult to wear,
Yeah,
for at least for real life.
that shearling jacket is quite wearable. It's a bright red, but I mean like you can wear it with a lot of different things, I guess.
I want to run to the restaurant.
No worries. New here and I'm enjoying this. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Did Paul say Y3? Oh my god. Jeez. If I wasn't pulling today, I'd hop on. Hey, we'll look forward to you hopping on in the next one. That's interesting. It's almost like a jacket sewn onto another bomber jacket, adds more volume. But in terms of wearability, I'm not too sure about that coat, that jacket. Leopard print, 2 different shades. Where do I stream fashion show videos? I'm tired of watching on YouTube because they changed the actual music track. Yeah, that's because of copyright, of course. So what you have to do, you have to watch the runway shows on the official YouTube pages of the brands because they get the rights to use the music in the first place. If you look at it on some other like external platform, like all these like different platforms that share fashion shows, they're going to change the music because they don't want to be copyrighted. They want to make money from sharing the runway shows. But also you can watch it live. Like when they happen, a lot of brands now, they live stream their runway shows on their website. So you can hear like the actual original music. But me personally, I look for the videos on the official brand pages of the brands. Yeah, this is also true. Some brands only have the actual music on the live stream. Yeah, true. A lot of the pieces, the lower end is like fused into a different kind of garment. So like trench coats with the bottom side being fur, or like a trench coat with the bottom side being a bomber jacket. It's like a different take on what she normally does, because she normally does that with 2 different types of military wear.
I don't know. It's some of the pieces honestly kind of remind me of Gaultier in a way,
Mm.
a little bit.
The collection that reminded me of Gaultier this season was Marine Serre. That was the
Oh
collection that I was
yeah,
like, oh, this is very Gaultier-esque.
yeah, and so much so I thought that maybe I was like, is this hinting? Is she going to be like the next collaborator for the couture? You're right. I thought that too when I was watching,
Yeah.
but it's actually Olivier.
Yeah. Which is
Yeah.
why he was at the Balmain show. That was his
Mhm.
way of like hinting. That should be interesting. The collection so far have been really good. Because I know it was Chitose Abe was the first,
Mhm.
and then Glenn Martin's was the second.
I don't know. I appreciate him for doing that to his brand and giving other people a shot.
Yeah, I agree. It's a
I
big
don't think,
platform.
huh?
It's a big platform,
It is
especially
a big. Mhm.
most designers that do it haven't designed couture before.
That's why I was a bit weird on Olivier doing it. I'm interested. I'm interested in what it's going to look like. But I'm like, there's a lot of people that could use this platform more than you. But
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing Balmain in this live because obviously too many Parisian shows. Let me check my list. I've only got 3 left. So Vetements, Marine Serre, and Lanvin. And then in the next I'll bring up my list actually, what I'm going to talk about in the next live stream, which is next Sunday. So next live stream, I'm going to talk about Valentino, Elliott and Mill, Saint Laurent, Nina Ricci, Louis Vuitton, Rock, Chanel, Miu Miu, Schiaparelli, Stella McCartney, Gilles Van Noten, Acne Studios, Balmain, Hermes, and Anzuminister. So you can imagine, if I did all those brands now, it would be here till tomorrow.
yeah,
Like literally.
yeah, I got to come back then because I enjoyed Saint Laurent. Saint Laurent was my favorite show of the season.
Yeah.
So I got to come back for that one.
Yeah, that's next week. I thought I'd break it up. I said in the Milan thing that I'll break it up anyway because it's impossible to do
Yeah, so much.
all of it. Yeah. Yeah, I actually have a post schedule finally. I'm trying to be organized. So I'm trying to post like every Wednesday and Sunday, but obviously because Fashion Week, so I'm going to have the next live stream on Sunday and
Okay.
post a video on Wednesday, which is actually finished, but I won't tell you guys what it is.
I'm going to keep everybody waiting.
We're waiting for my thoughts on Elliott and Mill. Yeah, I'll talk about it next week Sunday. So stay tuned for that live stream.
I don't know much about the where the money comes from with this brand. Like, what are they under an umbrella?
I don't know actually, because I know they could have been under the Comme des Garçons umbrella, but I think she like left and like decided to do her own thing entirely. She didn't want to be like all the other people that worked under Rei Kawakubo because they have brands under the Comme des Garçons umbrella, which is good because Comme des Garçons has so much money. So like if your brand wasn't doing well, it could help just like push money into the brand.
It's just another one of those shows where I noticed the casting is very expensive on the models that they have. They have Bella Hadid was in this show, so
Yeah.
I feel like any show where a Hadid is in it, it's pretty expensive because it's going to follow with the rest of the models.
I remember when I worked for a brand and we tried to, because different modeling agencies get more expensive depending on how well known it is. And I think it was like select models. We saw these like models that had walked on like Chanel runways, but I didn't even know their names. They weren't that like popular.
Yeah.
And their day rate was like 25K. And I'm like, like I cannot even imagine what like Hadid's charge then, if that's the case.
Wow.
Like 25K day rate. That's insane.
Did you see that the some of the models, especially the ones that get paid a lot, some they donated their earnings to Ukraine?
Oh, I didn't. Who did
Yeah,
it?
I saw the Hadids did, both the Hadids did, and Mika did as well.
Hmm. What was it? Just like one payment that they
They
donated?
said I didn't read the article, but from the headline it says Fashion Week earnings. So maybe the whole
Okay,
month, maybe the whole for the whole month.
that's fair enough. To be fair, it's probably
Yeah,
loads and loads of money.
that's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah. Oh my. Thank you very much, Jenna Clark. Wait, so is this the first time you've actually seen like any of my videos before? That's interesting. Sometimes I forget that my channel can actually grow because I see like the same people over and over again. It's like
Yeah.
a community. So sometimes I forget that yeah, it actually has a possibility to grow. Okay, what's next on the menu? We can either talk about. I think we can talk about Marine Serre. Let's talk about Marine Serre.
Okay.
This was interesting actually because it was held in a museum and it was a bit chaotic
Mm.
because Marine Serre, she wanted to do that whole thing where it's like, I want to democratize, fashion, and I don't want a case where, it's only like the famous sort of journalists and influencers that get to see my show.
Mm-hmm.
So it was packed. It was like held in a museum. Everyone was fighting to enter. But no, it's an interesting idea. I like the commotion of it. Oh wow, a few first timers. That's amazing. Well, welcome to the show. Welcome. But let's talk about Marine Serre just in a general sense. What do you think of her aesthetic, how it's been in the past few years?
Trendy.
Yeah.
So to me, it's become a bit too much of a trend. But honestly, that's not even her fault. That's the that's what people, I guess, on Instagram or social media gravitated towards, and now it's taken over. Because whenever I see Marine Serre, it's on the people that I feel like don't even know that she does other stuff besides the moon print.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's just become. I mean, good for her because that's her moneymaker. But there's so
Yeah.
many interesting things that she does besides that.
I think she's kind of playing into it because when I look at early collections, like I remember, let me bring it up. I'm gonna search for it because there was a Marine Serre collection that really, after I saw that collection, I was like, oh my, she's actually like really good. And then from there, because I made a video explaining like everything about Moncler Genius, and of course she was part of Moncler Genius. So I was talking about her collections and reviewing her collections in the video. It's quite a long video, but yeah, it was Fall Winter 2019 was the collection I saw. Because one thing that was insane to me was there's this tartan print in that collection for Winter 19. And I saw a video where she was explaining how hard it was to use upcycled fabrics and sort of align the tartan prints perfectly. Like the tailoring that went into it was so amazing. So I was like, oh, that's really good. And she had the apocalyptic collection with the face mask, and that was before COVID as well. And I reviewed that before COVID.
Yes,
And that
that
was
was the
also
one.
good.
That was the
That
one that made
was,
me take notice.
yeah, that was really cool. And then I think since then she's kind of played into the hype a bit. We're seeing a bit too many crescent prints on just like everything. I know it's a bit too much. But yeah, this collection did remind me of Jean-Paul Gaultier a bit. Like the way some of the skin tight prints were.
Yeah, and the type of models in the skin tight prints is very Gaultier.
Yeah. So I was excited to see new prints and patterns from her this season. Yeah. She had a lot of like tartan print. It reminded me very much of like Scottish garments. It's not as similar like Scottish tartan, but that's kind of what it reminded me of. And that is Marine Serre's thing, like a print on a print.
It's
a
a little
pattern on a pattern.
collegiate too.
Yeah. She struck gold with being trendy and is using it to her advantage, but also seems to have a strong statement with genuine sustainability. Yeah, I think her sustainability is, yeah. She does come across like someone that actually does care.
Yeah.
As opposed to a lot of brands that it's just become a sort of PR thing. It's like greenwashing. Yeah, someone said great casting. I agree. I did like the casting. There's different types of like body types as well, different shapes too.
Oh, that dress is amazing.
Yeah. And it's so good. See, this is what I mean about like why it's good to have different bodies on the runway, because the thing about it is also it's almost like you're showing potential customers, that your clothing looks good on different bodies too. Because when you see clothing on like a size 0 model, most women aren't size 0. So it's almost like some of them might look at it and be like, it looks nice on the size 0 model, but how's it going to fit my body shape? But in this collection, you can see things actually looking good on different body types.
Yeah. A good example of that, I remember when Hervé Leger was a big thing and the wrap dresses.
Yeah.
And, you know, for a long time, there was a certain body type wearing those dresses. And then, I don't know if you remember, but Beth Ditto wore one of those dresses during the hype of the wrap dresses. And just seeing that body type can also, you know, wear this dress too. Like, it made me change my perspective on the brand. So, yeah.
I don't remember that. Let me check.
Yeah, look up Beth Ditto and Hervé Leger. It's really cool.
Okay, I see what you mean. We Southerners can go to the P-Boy Hotel in these clothes for sure. I wonder how many people understand that joke.
How do you feel about this? I don't even know what to call it. This hood, this thing where like it's like to me it's like an egg. Everybody looks like an egg.
Yeah.
And I think Valentino kind of that look has been around for a long time, but Valentino kind of rebooted it, and now everybody else is doing it.
Yeah. I hope soon they can use short kings and queens Model 2 on the runway, because, of course, not everyone is tall. Yeah, that's another fact. That's another fact.
I thought about that too this season, like shorter people. I guess it's not a lot of representation for short.
The funny thing about fashion is like how it's always been is the runway models are mainly tall, but when it comes to campaigns, they don't actually use really tall runway models, because sometimes if you shoot a campaign with a really tall model, the garment can look way bigger than it actually is, especially because of the angles that they normally shoot campaigns at. So you're more likely to see like short runway models getting booked for campaigns. At least my experience working in fashion, that's been the case. And the thing is, you get paid way more for campaigns than you do for runways. So that's where the money is. Like I have friends that are models that are tall, and they get booked for like all the runway shows, and then they never get booked for campaigns, which is what they actually really want. Yeah, that denim piece also, she always, every season, does like an upcycled denim piece that is dyed in a very interesting way. I always like when she does denim. Yeah, this looks really. This is where I was like, this looks Jean Paul Gaultier. This
Mm-hmm.
was the Jean Paul Gaultier moment for me.
Mm-hmm.
It looks so Jean Paul Gaultier. Like this too.
I really thought that she was hinting towards designing multi brand, but maybe next year or next season.
I hope so. I'd like
Yeah,
to see her
I'd like to
design.
see it too.
Yeah. I like how she does clashing prints. I think someone said earlier that her clashing prints work. Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
And it's not easy to do at all. There's a fine line between like ultra tacky when you do
Mm-hmm.
loads of different prints on each other.
And I usually hate that desert camo. Like I do not like desert camo, but she did it pretty well.
Yeah.
I also loved how they saved money by not putting chairs in the budget.
I don't know how expensive it would have been though to like rent out this like whole ass museum space.
Right.
And they're using all of it plus the staircase. Like they're
Mhm.
using it all. Dante McQueen with the red velvet. I can see what you mean by that. But I think silhouette wise and colors, it looked very Jean Paul Gaultier. Like I've literally seen him do that. This is a different fabric though.
The dress that the singer was wearing is that out in the back? There's no back to that.
Yeah, I need to see if we get to see the back of it. Okay, I think we might. Okay, maybe not. I like how she was singing the whole time, and then she's like the finale look. Fashion Week. Oh my! The whole thing is so stressful. The Tassie bodysuit looks like inspired by one of the paintings you can see behind the audience. Yeah, I'm very sure that must have been part of it.
Was this show in London or Paris?
I think it was Paris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is this person sitting down at a sewing machine? Did you see that?
No.
There's like there's people sitting down at sewing machines.
I can see the sewing machines in the corner. They're lit up.
I low key like the hats too,
No.
the newspaper boy hats or whatever they're called.
I was looking at the clothing, so I missed the accessories because another thing Marine Serre makes a lot of her money from is bags. Have a good look at what bag she had this season. But yeah, earlier you were saying you don't know how Sacai gets its money. Someone said earlier that it's from the Nike sneakers, which is a good
Oh,
point.
Nike.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because those are really successful.
Very.
Yeah, she's loving the kilt look. Yeah, very Scottish. Scottish, Scotland.
I feel like with brands like this, I don't know if red carpet is starting to come back in a way, but they need to find more ways to put their stuff out there on the red carpet, because that's where
Right.
people are going to see it. Marine Serre
Yeah.
needs more moments like that to kind of
Yeah,
propel.
she doesn't do a lot of red carpet,
Mhm.
if ever, actually. Why is that? Because everyone does red carpet, now that I think about it.
They probably don't want to pay for it.
True.
They're like, they don't want to pay for the celebrity, probably. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah. But it catapults you on such a higher
It does.
level. Like, ultimately, we have to agree that celebrities make fashion go round. Like, if you're into
Mhm.
fashion, you'll know about most brands. But, like, people probably didn't know what Schiaparelli was until, like, Kim wore it, for
Mhm.
example.
Mhm.
Like, in the mainstream. So you need those kind of moments.
Yeah, and you see what Rick did. Like, Rick isn't known for red carpet, but he had that amazing moment with Zendaya. That was a
Yeah.
really good moment for his brand, um, in that area of fashion. I don't know. I love red carpet. I still love red carpet. So
Hmm.
I like to see different brands other than the usuals.
But yeah, what did you guys think about the collection overall?
I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty good collection. It's just more of what we know from her.
I want to see if I can find the Vetmore Runway video. I have quite a few things to say about that show, actually.
That's really a brand I don't look at anymore. I
That's why I
feel
have a lot to say about
yeah, yeah.
it. Yeah, I bashed it because I made a video about Guram Vasalia, Demna's brother, when
Uh-huh.
Demna left. He was having a hard time sort of living up to the hype that Demna left it with. So
Hmm.
he rebranded it and said, "Oh, it's a different new brand now, even though it's still called Vetmore. They just removed the vowels." And it's just weird.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, it's just very, I don't know, it's just very like I feel like Guram makes very bogus statements that to me don't hold too much weight. Like he'll how the logo is like a barcode. I'm not sure if
Hmm.
you've seen that. And he talks about how, oh, it's gonna make it really hard to copy. I'm like, it's just a barcode.
Right.
Like anyone can copy a barcode, It's not that
Hmm.
unique. Like he's really trying to market it. Like you can tell he's trying so hard
Yeah.
to market it as like some super creative thing. It's like, it
Mm-mm.
is commercial. You
Yeah, it
said
is.
from the start it was going to be very commercial, and we understand that. So you don't need to make it more than it is. I like the collection, like from an aesthetic standpoint. I like the gloves and stuff. It was a really nice touch, but it's not like spectacular. Like the
Mm-mm.
way he's trying to market it, like is the most unique thing. Like I saw somewhere, I read somewhere, it might have even been in Vogue itself, where he was talking about in an interview the shoulder seam being a very unique signifier as to it being like a Vetements piece. And I'm like,
Hmm.
really? Shoulder seams?
What I'm trying to look at the shoulder seam to see what's different than anybody else.
Because it's so basically it's not just around the shoulder, it goes down like that. So
Okay.
it's like a 3-point seam rather than a
Okay.
2-point seam. But still, that's not that I've seen designers do that before. But it's more because he incorporates it in multiple like garments across the collection. So it's like, yeah, that's our thing. But it's like,
Hmm.
but you can see the barcode like everywhere on the gloves, on the necks. It is very much Vetements tailoring. Like if I was to go on Vogue Runway and look at past Vetements collections, like the blazers, they look like this, like with the shoulders very boxy silhouette. So it is really like a continuation aesthetically from what I've seen at Vetements when Demna Vasali was still there. And it's funny because he's trying to rebrand it. So like, why does it still look similar to like the old Vetements before they removed the vowels from the name? But what I do need to look into, though, that I think will be interesting, is one thing I know for a fact is since Guram has taken over as like the sole person, the fabrics are really interesting. Like they do put a lot of time and effort into like fabric development, and they've been developing quite unique fabrics. So it might be a thing where if I feel it up close, my mind on the collection might change.
I don't know, Vetements, whatever is with the price point too is not desirable for what they do. I don't know. I still think of it as like Balenciaga diffusion line,
which is basically low key what it is, because it's a similar aesthetic. Because it's just Guram can't get away from this like Demna sensibility, despite rebranding the whole thing, changing the Instagram, changing all of that. It's still similar.
Even with the repetitive coats in the beginning, it kind of gave Raf Simons a little bit.
Yeah.
Slightly.
That cloud print reminds me of what Virgil Abloh did at Louis
Vuitton.
Yeah. Like quite literally.
I didn't want to say another comparison, but
but it is though. It's the same thing. Interesting. Dog on the runway. Fashion people are really trying to make dogs part of fashion. Like Moncler Genius had a whole dog collection.
Nah, I'm waiting for when people start having cats on the runway. I'm not a dog person.
Are you not? Why not?
They're annoying. They're annoying. They're actually disgusting creatures to me.
I grew up with cats and dogs, so I'm a bit indifferent.
Yeah,
I can't take sides.
No, I prefer cats because they have their space and you have yours, but when they want you, they'll come. But
yeah, we had a Rottweiler and a German Shepherd, and then we had 2 cats. But the thing is, what I like about cats is they're clean.
Yeah,
dogs are really dirty. You have to it's more care. Like you have to take more care of dogs.
Yeah, you do.
Cats are they clean themselves. They're orderly. They poo in like the same place. You can train them to just like poo in a certain place.
Yeah.
But dogs, they just poo anywhere, man. They're crazy.
Yeah, the cats are so easy. You can leave them for a little bit and everything will be fine. But dogs, you need to keep up with them, or they'll mess up your house.
Catwalk. Good pun. Good pun. Cats on the catwalk. Why is it actually called a catwalk? I've never actually looked into that.
No, I have no clue.
I'm going to Google it. Why is it a catwalk? Interesting.
Somebody said there's a lot of dogs at ski resorts. So Montclair was.
So the rich mamas who want to buy a Montclair jacket for their dogs. Those jackets were not cheap, Those jackets were like 400 euros.
It makes sense though, because there's going to be people that get them. Montclair is so freaking trendy. Like it makes sense that they would do that.
Models walk like cats. Cat fights. They're walking like cats. Do they walk like cats? The cats. Yeah, I guess cats walk like that. And the older models, they
old models did. Yeah,
they move their hips like cats. But not the new models. They walk quite stiff.
Yeah, they walk like a train or like a bus. Very fast. It's very fast.
Yeah. Yeah, one foot in front of the other like cats, yeah. Because, yeah, I just thought about, yeah, cats do walk quite
Mm-hmm.
in a cool way with the one foot in front of the other.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Okay, last show I'm probably going to look at today is the Lanvin show. Did you look at it? Have you seen
I
it?
saw that it was just a video that no, I saw that it did some Albert references that I liked.
Yeah.
I'm a big Albert fan, so anytime they reference him, I love.
I wonder what's happening with AZ Factory actually.
Yeah, I was wondering. I think they I think they had a collection.
Well, the last collection I remember from AZ Factory was the tribute that
The
they did
tribute.
to Albert Elbaz.
They may have done something this fall. I think I saw, but
Yeah.
I'm just a big Albert Albez fan, and what he did, and I hate the way that Lanvin did him. How they got rid of him.
Terrible. I feel like he revitalized the brand,
Mm-hmm.
like single-handedly, like it was dying, and then he saved Lanvin the way Tom Ford saved Gucci, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They were literally on the brink of crashing. But that's fashion for you.
Yeah, then they tossed them out.
That's just fashion industry.
But he had a good sense of humor about it.
Yeah. And I feel like AZ Factory is going to be really successful, to be honest. It had industry support from everyone.
Yeah.
Like everyone, all the big journalists, all the big publications, everyone was showing out for AZ Factory. So they kind of shot themselves in the foot. Because even though I think people still look at Lanvin now, it's not the same.
Mm-mm.
And it's insane. Like, I first knew about Lanvin because of my dad. Like, my dad was like, oh, trust me. Like, in the 80s and 90s, the only brand we used to talk about was Lanvin. And I was like, really?
Wow.
That's so different to, like, now. So my dad, he loves Lanvin. Like, that's the only brand he talks about, damn it. It's like a broken record.
Nice. How would you describe the aesthetic?
What, the old aesthetic?
No, the like just the general brand aesthetic.
Now, I have no idea, to be honest. Aesthetically, it was like really nice dresses.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of bias cuts, kind of like the Madeleine Vianney thing. But now I have no idea. Like, I couldn't tell you what the Lanvin aesthetic is.
I don't know. I feel like when Albert was there, it was kind of like the French party girl that still is serious about fashion.
But I like the way you categorize some of these brands.
Yeah, because I feel like everybody has like their ethos and their what they're known for. So it's interesting when somebody new comes into a brand and how they still keep it up or change it.
I mean, in this collection, I did see a few references to like original Lanvin, like with the really flowy long dresses that Jean Lanvin used to make with the puff sleeve. But apart from that, yeah, I couldn't tell you what the Lanvin look is now. Did someone say, I feel Lanvin now is more streetwear with crop sneaker? Really?
Really? I don't think it's...
I wouldn't go that far.
I couldn't tell what those are. Are those grommets or is that like embellished? Like, are those like...
Yeah.
I can't tell.
The camera doesn't help because the camera's just like rotating.
Yeah.
Can't focus. This reminds me of Eddie Simon's collections at Celine, where the cameras are just going all over the place. You can't even see anything.
They're trying to trick us because they know the collection is not that good. That's all it is.
Is that like TikTok vibe where there's just
Yeah.
cameras all over the place and people are dancing? It's chaotic.
Mhm. What is that? Is that velvet?
Yeah.
It was a lot of that this season everywhere. A lot of velvet.
A lot of velvet, a lot of white tank tops,
Uh-huh.
all over across so many different brands. Oh, that's interesting. I like the way that moves.
I did enjoy that coat though with the velvet panels in it.
Yeah. That dress looked really good on Paloma.
Yeah, it did. Hmm.
I'm almost focusing on the look and then the camera rotates. It's so annoying.
Then the
Accentuate the movement.
the Albert ruffle at the
Yeah.
bottom. They could do that every season and I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
I would not mind.
When they do videos, they should show the clothes instead of camera techniques. I guess it's fashion though, because fashion is sort of considered a creative industry, isn't it? So if you have a very boring looking fashion film, I just think it's fashion people always want to do something edgy.
That video made no sense though. I didn't get the concept, and then at the end, the models were screaming. That made no sense at the end to me. But
Hey, I'm sure there's a narrative behind it. Yeah, everyone did show lots of vests. I really still don't know what that's about. I need to get to the bottom of that. Like, there's no way every brand next season I'm gonna walk into Dover Street Market and be seeing loads of white vests by all these different brands, like Bottega and Jill Sander and Prada, Chloe. Like, geez.
I don't know. I'm also just a bit over the Y2K trend. I kind of hate that has become something that just was, I guess, an aesthetic, and now it's a movement in fashion right now. And I'm like, this just happened like 20 years ago. Like, why are we revisiting this so soon? I feel like it's a little bit too soon for.
Yeah. The funny thing about it is, I was on the train yesterday. I was coming back I went to film something, and I saw all these kids like dressed in like all this Y2K stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is very interesting, because a few years ago, this was not how kids were dressing.
Mm-mm.
Like, it's so once I see like younger kids, like teens and stuff, wearing stuff, I know, okay, it's gone really mainstream.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is interesting. So now it's about to reach its like peak. How did that even come back? It just came back out of nowhere.
Yeah. I can't remember how it started again. I honestly can't.
Yeah.
But it's
I'm trying
very
to think. Was it a celebrity that wore something, or what was it?
I can't remember right now. We're so deep in. Oh, Demna. Was it Demna? No. Well, no. He's
Demna?
more like normcore.
Yeah.
I can't remember how it started again, but I remember seeing it first here in New York, like in the party scenes here. Like, a lot of people dress like like it's 2002, and like, okay. Somebody say
What do I mean? So they were wearing like Von Dutch hats, and they were wearing like
low-rise jeans.
Yeah, low-rise jeans. Like it. Yeah, there's a very Y2K look, like bangle earrings.
The glasses that you can see through, and it's. I'm somebody's gonna have to tell us how it started again, because I can't. We're so deep in it now that I cannot remember.
I don't even understand the kids these days. Like, how do they afford this stuff? Like, all these clothes that kids are wearing. I'm like, damn. When I was younger, I was not thinking about like buying anything more than like £20 max.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I couldn't afford to buy anything more expensive. Like the first time I bought Nike Dunks, I had to save up for like a year to buy them. And now I just see kids wearing like Moncler. So I'm like, I don't know where you guys are getting money for this stuff.
Yeah, it's
Like,
very interesting, like what kids desire these days, because I feel like the taste level of or the price level that kids want has gone up. Because I remember when I was in school, it was like I feel like the most expensive brands that people were wearing at the time was Polo, Lacoste,
yeah.
Jordan. Like if you had that means okay, if you were wearing that to school, that means you probably had some money. But now it's like Gucci and like you said, Montclair is like these kids aren't playing around with their parents' pockets. They aren't playing.
There was a time when all these young kids used to have like Canada Goose jackets, and I'm like, those are not cheap. I
Yeah.
don't know where these kids are finding money to be buying stuff like
Mm-hmm.
this. Because it's not even like if it was just rich kids that are wearing it, I'd understand. But it's also if you go to like working class areas, kids are still wearing that.
They're still wearing it.
I'm like, where are you getting this money from?
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. Someone said at least music is not streamable. It could be a reason. That's a good point, actually.
But I think it's just a part of reboot culture, and fashion has taken that the cues from reboot culture and just rebooted Y2K.
Mm-hmm. The fashion reps market is massive on TikTok and Reddit. They mostly went. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, because most times when I see stuff, I don't make an assumption that it could be fake. But yeah, it's a good point. Good point. Because otherwise, how will they afford it? Like, it's not like this stuff is cheap. And most of these kids, they don't actually have jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So unless it's bank of mum and dad, I can't see how else they're buying these things. Wearing fakes are spoiled.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. I think I'm probably going to end the live here because we're going to continue with the rest of the shows next week. Thank you, son of a gun, as always, for
Thank you
hopping
for
in.
having me.
Always appreciate your takes and your thoughts on the collections. But yeah, stay tuned. I'll be back around the same time. Maybe I might make it slightly later next week so Americans aren't waking up early in the morning.
Yeah. I'm like,
yeah.
It's not early, but no, do your thing.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. I'll see you guys later.
All right, take it easy.
All right, bye.